We bless your name and we pray that you guide us, grant us open hearts and open minds to learn from one another. Bless our discussions, our deliberations, even as we embark on this conference and explore ways in which we'll be able to build stronger universities. We are praying that come and take absolute control of this program. We bring before your throne of grace all presentations and all other activities that will ensue as far as this conference is concerned. Gracious Father, in your capable hands, we commit BSU Project 3 through academia-industry interactions, and we trust that your divine guidance will help us and bring this to a successful end. Thus and many opportunities and blessings we ask through Christ, our Lord. Amen. Shall we resume our seats?
Thank you very much, Prof, for ushering us into the presence of the Most High this morning. This morning, I will be your moderator, and my name is Dr. Mrs. Linda Aurelia Ofori. I will be taking us through this program from this morning right up to late afternoon. We wish to call on Kojo Awote, if Kojo Awote is here, to give us a poetry recital. Is Kojo Awote around? Okay. Since Kojo is not around, we wish to call on Professor William Ojo, who happens to be the lead for BSU 3 Work Package 2, to give us a welcome and conference overview. Please, let's give it up for Prof.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I have just about 10 minutes to finish. But this project is situated in a very important context. Since about 2008, we've been trying to push the idea of teaching, research, and entrepreneurship, because the whole continent of Africa is faced with a problem, and the problem is unemployment. The orthodox teaching that we've been having over the years, delivering to you the theory, and then you come out and you are unable to start your own business or convert the idea into business. So 2008, we've done problem-based learning, trying to turn the students' minds into identifying problems that would be innovative enough to go to the market. Since that time, we've had other programs and projects on campus. And the BSU 1 started on the same note, and we're trying to create wealth and jobs. Then we went into BSU 2, and this is BSU 3, looking at the same job as the same subject. But I'm happy and glad that since that time, this country and the continent of Africa has been seeing tremendous attention and focus on entrepreneurship. And the government, present government, they've all put in place things like entrepreneurship, that is business. So the project is about that, trying to make KNUST and other universities begin to focus their training, research onto entrepreneurship. So on this note, we are looking at today's theme, that is innovation and research commercialization through partnership. And the partnership is with the industries. Partnership is with the industries. In other jurisdictions, you'll find that the industries support training and research a lot. And that is what we see in the developed countries, and that's where they are. I've been disgusted with some of them in the sense that when they trade us, then they recruit us to go and work for them. So it becomes like a cycle. And I've challenged at several conferences that why do you train our people in Africa and then you recruit them into your countries to work? So we come to the same point, they are unable to start businesses. So that is not good enough. We are trying to get the industry to begin to support the training and research. My key philosophy here is on the board. It's a Chinese proverb. It says, tell me and I will forget. That many times in the classroom you see this thing happen. That we try to tell, we lecture. When the students leave, they've forgotten everything. It says, show me and I'll remember. So we go to some extent to show people by doing practicals, taking them around. And I remember in my boarding school when I used to be an elementary school, they would take you around. Then when you came to the university, because people were very few, you toured the whole country. And there was enough money to do that. And there was a sense behind it. The third one is involve me and I will understand. Now, if you go to driving school, you see this process. First, the coach will now tell you what to do. And then he will now drive and let you watch it. After a while, he will step out and go into your seat, and then you take the steering. And that is the stepping back, and then I'll act. Now, I've watched women bringing up their children, following the same process. They will tell Ajua, come to the kitchen, and Ajua comes. The mother tells Ajua everything about how to prepare okra soup, and then banku or something like that. After doing that, the mother shows Ajua how to do the job. The mother gets to the kitchen and involves Ajua. This is how you cut. Now cut it this way, cut the okra this way, and so forth. At the end, the mother steps back. And Ajua is able to cook better than even the mother, and cooks for the family and cooks for the whole family. Today, a lot of people are lacking these because the mother has no time to run them through these processes. And if you're going to marry, be very careful. If a woman is coming from a home that has not gone through this process, you'll be buying food from outside all the time. And so for the boys, the same way. So we try to change this thinking. So for this project, we have an outcome that is 2.1. It says KNUST-TEK staff and students make use of innovative processes and explore entrepreneurial opportunities as part of their training and research, as I've said. So what we are just trying to do is to change the way we teach and the way we train in KNUST so that you be entrepreneurial when you leave this place. The activities that we put in place to deliver this outcome 2.1 are as follows. First, we identify the staff and we involve them in the process. And then we conduct a stakeholders meeting to identify the industries, gaps. Then we designed materials and conducted the training. And then we followed it up with conducted training workshops on teaching, supervision, and research. So as I stand here, we've gone through all this, and we have a crop of staff and students that have gone through this, and they've acquired the skills. And we also have research groups members which have been established, that is WP1 and WP3. Then we facilitated the meetings for supervisors and students to develop business ideas from their research outputs. Today we are here, marked yellow. You will see that the yellow is marked. And what is marked here is organized open day poster exhibition of college project outcomes that have commercial value to innovations. And that is why we are here today. Our second outcome says well-equipped learning hub for innovation activities established at KBI for prototyping. So when you have developed the ideas, you now move into prototyping and you have to get into the incubator. So getting into the incubator, we had to carry out these activities. Number one, we conducted a North-South consultative meeting on needs assessment of the equipment that fits for KBI, the incubator, which is in KNUST here. And then we procured equipment, installed and commissioned them. They are also in the incubator. Advertise and call for business ideas and concepts from staff and students for incubation. That has been done. When we did that, then we screened and selected business ideas for the incubator. So as I speak, we have tenants in the incubator. Some of them have left this place. Then we admit and arrange selected tenants into the KBI for prototyping. Today we are here to look at 2.2.6, conduct 1-year technical training, prototype development and mentoring of tenants of KBI to establish startups and integrate into markets. So it's the integration into the markets, and that is why we've invited our industry partners to come and view what we have here. Our third and last outcome says academic industry networks developed to facilitate innovation, outreach, and entrepreneurship. So here we are now coming in with the academia and industries. So we are here to meet, partner, and then think about what we are supposed to do. To do this, we have these activities. Modify components of the AI platform. What is the AI platform? The AI platform is supposed to bring alumni, students, research staff, and what they are doing together with industries. So this platform, we put into the public domain what its staff and students are doing here on campus. So for example, if you are interested to solve a particular problem, you know the staff who is in charge of that. Whether you are in Accra, you are Tamale, wherever. And then you conduct or you go into the AI and make sure that you get in touch with that person. And of course, you bring in the necessary resources to carry out the research. So that particular researcher, who is the staff here, will have quantum of money and will have some students who have sharp brains to work with them. And of course, working with students is very cheap. It is not like carrying out and bringing out staff. So you have 10 students, and through that you mentor them, you coach them. That is what pertains in the developed countries, and they have produced all the things that we see here. They use students. Recently, I was in Germany, and I was just asking them, why do you do this? And I saw the students on the field. And they said, well, the students is cheaper to use them because you give them, all that you need to give them is the necessary stuff, and that is it. And they'll be able to deliver. And of course, they also acquire the skills and acquire that. This we don't do very much here in this country and in this place. So we organize collaborative meetings with the AI team and also Tech TV. So you can see Tech TV also over here to promote the collaborations. And then we organize a prototype exhibition, which we are doing today in yellow, bringing stakeholders like the industries together to identify investment opportunities. Then we evaluate and improve the AI platform. This we are doing with ALBOC, that is AAU, and they have that. So we have our indicators. They will look at it and find out whether we are internationally inclined to that. Now, the people that have been responsible all this time, myself, Samuel Akumia, and then Kwame Owusu Kwatin, from the business school. And we've all been supported by these able men and women. Abna Boachi, Hannah Eisen, Robert Abedu, and TAs that change from time to time, and our Northern partners. Of course, funding has been coming from Danida. Now, I want to show you something that has been happening, or what we are looking at. That is the knowledge interactions and users. If you look to my left, and perhaps to your right, you will see weak users. And the weak users are non-innovative small and medium enterprises. Then you see politicians, and then it moves on to see the public institutions. So it goes on to the right, and the right are the strong users. So the idea comes, the prototype will come, and who are the people who use them? The strong users are the consulting services, collaborative project, patents, all those ones are the strong users, and they use what we call patents. Unfortunately, because of our orthodox way of teaching and research, which we have borrowed from the British many years ago, and they have departed from it also long, long ago, we are still doing that in this country. Patency is not something we concentrate on. We don't concentrate on innovations. So you go and see our publications and the things that students produce from their theses, they don't think about what it is on the right at all. The spin out, that's not what they think about when they start the research. A PhD student doesn't think about that. Where is my output going? Is it going to go into business? Is it going to create money? And what is it? All that is thinking about is publications. And so you find out that there are no collaboration projects on this, and they never end in incubators. And we are faulty. We're trying by this project to build a strong university and make sure that we move from that. Now, the classical approach, what we've been doing is what you see on the board. Every researcher on campus here, including myself, I'm a corporate, until recently when I changed, is that here on campus and in most universities in Africa, it is university-driven research. So you see on my left and on your right, researchers identify problems, and that is what you've been doing. You go and then you talk to your community, you talk to stakeholders, you collect data, you analyze them, and then after the analysis, you draw a conclusion. Sometimes it will end into teaching. You produce papers. Then you attend conferences and seminars, and you are promoted, become professor. If you are very fortunate, it ends up into policy. Very fortunate, then you hand over to the community and then you sit back. It has not helped anybody, and our country is where it is. Africa is where it is because of this orthodox, old way of teaching and research. It's not going to help. BSCU is saying that we have to move away from this type of thinking. We should be looking at the industries and make the industries happy. This is a recent phenomenon, and it is called the ECHO project from Germany. Recently, when I just visited, I met a student. So the students are asked to go and pick a project. This is a project that is called heavily. It is not 30-70 as we do here. In fact, it is the skewed aspect. When you do this, you get 70%. The classroom work is just 30%. The classroom work is 30%. They have moved from classroom work and exams, which is 2 hours, 1 hour, 70%, to the assignments. Assignment is rather 70%, 80%, and classroom work is 20 and 30%. And this is what they do. The students themselves, they put themselves together, they identify the problems, they organize themselves. They can go for students from engineering, from biological sciences, from social science. It depends on the problem that the group wants to solve. And then they have their own personal responsibilities. In other words, they respect themselves. There's a consent, they have their method, and then they share knowledge. In sharing knowledge, they build up expertise, and the project is done. They can go to the assemblies, they go to the industries, they seek for funds. We want to build a bridge on the sea. We don't have money, but we know some people have money, and students can go and approach them, and they build the sea. They build the bridge supervised by experts, and the thing is presented. So here you are, together we become experts from that project. That is their aim. They acquire the expertise. They create an open environment for discussions. They were willing to reflect on their work. The approach is also very scientific-based, and they strive to embody respect, sensitivity, and at the end of the semester, they are able to come out with something that is tangible that will help the society and develop the society. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end this short welcome address and overview, I want you to see something when it comes to universities ranking. And we are still in it. We don't want to move out of this type of ranking, and we pride ourselves on it. Now look to your left, to my left, and also to your right. This is criteria for university rankings in Africa. The criteria considers research output, so the number of papers that I've delivered. Okay, the department has delivered, the university has delivered, and then we rank you and we clap for you. High-level publications, influence, and citations. And that is our African rankings. But look at Canada, and it will just shock you, to surprise you, that countries do not develop by doing what we are doing. And they don't produce all these things that I use my hands to move them, and they are moving. Okay, they don't do that. What they have done and we are doing, very nice. We see nice things. Canada looks at funding and endowment to rank. They look at Nobel Awards. They look at numbers of these ones. How many have we won? Nobel Prizes. Not one. It's all to the left. They look at industrial linkages. That's what Canada they use in ranking their universities. They also use the publications, but they have shifted from that to this. And it engenders the universities and students and staff to work and work happily to develop the nation. Look at USA, the next one. Also Nobel Prizes and field medals. People have achieved, so they try to do things. And when the COVID-19 came, understand it is the Black American today where we are using all these time. It is nice. But why? Because that is what brings them the ranking, top ranking. I want you to look at Europe. It's all industry income. At the end of the year, they want to ask themselves, how much money have you attracted to bring out something that is innovative, something that will help the people, not the one that is left with Africans are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for listening to me.
Can we do it up again for Prof? That's a lot of information to chew on for the day and the days ahead. Innovation, academia, industry linkage. Before we continue, I wish to introduce a few personalities that are here with us. I can see Professor Jonathan Hogger, the head of Department of Environmental Science, at the back. Prof, can you give us a wave? Professor Abraham Yeboah-Mensah is also here from the Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. I can see Professor Datsen Awunyovito at the back. Prof, thank you for coming this morning. Professor Abuajimenya is also here from the Department of Physics, College of Science. Professor Mafo is also here. Prof, can you give us a wave? So thank you, our distinguished personalities, for joining us this morning. We wish to call on, before I do the introduction of Chairperson, have a poetry interlude by Kojo Awote. If Kojo Awote is here now and ready. Please let's do it up for Kojo Awote.
I go. I'm on for it, I go. Can I get a smile? Can you do it in a grand style? The church, with a tin name, some never amount to me, church. Oh, my baby, if we are. Oh my baby, if we are, you know if we said that if the fire is good, we call them fire. Say Koya from where? So how will you rate this one? Fire or where? Oh my baby, if we are. Can you weigh your poor and upon up the church? With a some Abraham, we said, send me ya some imagine some. Your friend me for Joe and Mecca. Vinyala Ibema. Zenkeba Fukwan Yanka, Abeka. Send some Dika, yeah, your friend could you, said could you, and Mecca. May some ya doko, the moon kicker. And every day I need to some never. To me, some anything and kicker. May some little painting and yes, a kaka, the and kicker. Same way, ever try a choir I am faso. Yeah, choir I did call Burkina Faso. Ever try some, my metre do re mi faso. So today, I came to set words free. And I brought words on a jamboree. But let not the party begin, else my words will be drunk like coffee. Gave my words some bottles of feelings into ube feeling. Oh, see how my words dances into your ears. Ube holy feeling. Mine be here, if we are. It is you and I. Africa is not in need, but Africa has a need. Africa is not in need of resources because when it comes to resources, we are the bosses. Gold, bauxite, we have oil in our soil. So I'm doing cocoa, we share and take cocoa. So I hold chick cocoa, and then near so. This is a physical cocoa, money, a brema, Benyabi. sika kɔkɔɔ wɔ takwa wɔ abrem. So ebibrem abrem. Most have caught moss. Te ya na ebibremu ya dani apoto bibrem. So Africa is not in need, but Africa has a need. Africa is not in need of strength. We have the physique. But we can't win by physique, but a mind that is unique. So when Charles Babbage invented computers, oh, it looked so huge. But because of the capacity of the CPU, it could only perform something very little. But fast forward, now computers look very little, but because of the capacity of the CPU, can perform something very huge. So, what we become has a link with the way we think. So Africa is in need, but Africa is not in need, but Africa has a need. The mindset. And I see it as a privilege to stand before people with so much knowledge. And I think Africa is in need of you, people like you. People with so much knowledge. People who have done the research and people. But then I flip through the pages of the ages. And as I stand on the stages and I tell my stories, stories sweet as coconut. I'm not a coconut seller, I'm just a storyteller. Then I realized that research is a systematic process of arriving at understanding and knowledge. Then I went further to understand that innovation is the application or improvising of the knowledge to solve what we really need. So research then forms knowledge which become just intentions. But when you put it in actions, it becomes inventions. Les Brown once said that a cemetery is the richest place on earth because it is here that all hopes and dreams are buried that were never fulfilled. It is here the books that needed to be written were never written. It is here the songs that needed to be sung were never sung. It is here that inventions that were supposed to be done were never done. So I come to you and I say, the award is never to the coward, and gold only comes to the bold. When it becomes only talk, it's just writing on water with a chalk. One day, our stories will be told. I believe one day we'll be decorated in gold. But just remember that the weather can be hot, the weather can be cold. But we can. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Is that all we could do for Ojo? He always blows my mind with the words that he puts together, the way they rhyme and how they make sense. when he puts them together. Please, let's give it up for him again. So, as you all are aware, if we have a program, or if we are traveling or going on a journey and there is no driver, I bet we all would be surprised how we will get there. For such an event as this morning's own, we need someone who would steer the affairs of the program to a successful end. Like I said, we are going to be here from this morning till 4 p.m. And so if we are going to be here till 4, it's a long journey. I bet it's just like traveling from here to maybe Tamale or something. And if there is no driver, then we are in trouble. So this morning, our chairperson is an associate professor in the Department of Language and Communication Sciences here in KNUST. Currently the provost of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and also not only with academic work, but the former president of the KNUST's University Teachers Association of Ghana, UTAG. He served once as the national chairperson or chairman of UTAG, the national president of UTAG, meaning all university teachers. He was the forerunner for us at a certain time. He is a renowned scholar, and he's been a visiting professor in several universities around the world. He served on several boards. He loves to mentor people, and I'm not surprised he's been chosen as the chairperson for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome Professor Charles Mafo, the provost of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, to serve as our chairman for this morning. Prof. Chair, please have a seat for us. So, Mr. Chairman, your audience, your chairman, thank you.
All right. Good morning. Colleague professors, students, our partners from the industry, the media. I wish to welcome you to this great conference. I was excited when I was asked to come and chair this because it is very important that as a university or a country, we begin to think about how our youth get something to do immediately after school. Indeed, the discourse around the world these days suggests that after school, most of us takes a long time to get somebody to employ you, right? And so if there is a forum like this that seeks to empower our students, that even before they finish school, they have been able to identify something, or they have been able to make themselves relevant, that the industry out there is seeking them. That would be good news. Indeed, unemployment is among the youth, it's almost become a national security issue. But as Professor Drew pointed out, and indeed, it came up in the poetry of the Kwajo, the speaker. It seems normally it is not an area where the powers that be normally looked at. I guess it's because immediately it does not put food on the table. But then if we are going to think about it as a national security issue, it is important that we all pay attention to this. And so today, I'm particularly excited that the industry players are here. I only wish to encourage our young folks to be very serious about today, very observant, get yourself involved, try to see where you will fit. Somebody was asking me, I'm happy you mentioned where I come from, language and communication sciences. And somebody was asking me, say, language, where do we fit? And so find a place to fit. Find a place and fit yourself. it is important. We all have a role to play. And I believe if we are observant enough, if we network enough, if we collaborate enough, at the end of the day, our presence here will not be meaningless. So I will also want to take the opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference. I mean, for you to be identified as a chairman, I think it's at, should I say grace? Yeah. So on that grace, I want to say that I wholeheartedly accept to be chairman of this great occasion. But let me say this. It is becoming almost a norm that normally, and the MC said it, at the end of the day, you have to come back here and basically recount all that happened. You will not get that from this chairman. He said it's a long journey, right? And just by what Professor Drew came here to present, that alone, if you ask me to wrap that one, we will go tomorrow morning. So imagine me wrapping all of them up. So what I'm trying to say is that while I steer the affairs, I encourage you to be doing that with me. Watch out. Note things. I saw that they are giving us notebooks. They are not for entertainment or our library shelves or anything. Write something that will remind you of today and for which you can make a very useful, something useful. On that note, thank you very much. And as I said, I wholeheartedly accept to be chairman of this occasion.
If our driver decides to leave us today, I bet all of us will go into a ditch. So please, let's we acknowledge our chair. This morning, the Vice Chancellor of the great KNUST was supposed to be here with us, Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon, who was supposed to be our special guest of honor. But because of equally important engagement, she cannot be here. She has given us a very capable professor to join us and be in her stead and deliver her address for us. I wish to introduce him so that he will join the chair on stage this morning. So our Vice Chancellor's representative is a full professor in the Department of Physics. He obtained the BSc Physics degree in 1980 from the KNUST. He had both his MSc and PhD degrees in geophysics from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne in the UK, under the sponsorship of Commonwealth Scholarship Commission of the United Kingdom. He served his national service in the Department of Physics after graduation and later was appointed a teaching assistant in 1981. He has since then risen through the ranks from assistant lecturer in 1982 to a full professor in 2008. He has served the KNUST in several capacities, such as being the last dean of the Faculty of Science, the first provost of the College of Science, the professorial member of the University Council, acting vice chancellor, and also serving as either the chairman or member on almost all the statutory and non-statutory committees of the KNUST. In recognition of his distinguished services to the university and to the College of Science, he was honored by the university with a commemorative plaque, gold category, during its special congregation to commemorate the 60th anniversary of KNUST in 2011. Also for his immense contribution to the infrastructural development of the KNUST, the University Council in 2015 honored him by renaming the College of Science building as the Abuajimenya Complex. He has also rendered dedicated services to the Ghana Science Association, serving as the National Secretary from 1996 to 1997, the National President from 2001 to 2003, the founding editor-in-chief of the Journal of the Ghana Science Association from 1998 to 2013, and currently as the patron of the Kumasi branch of the Ghana Science Association. He has also, to his credit, several peer-reviewed scientific publications in reputable international and local journals. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me, there couldn't have been any better person than Professor Aboagye-Mensah to sit in for the Vice Chancellor of KNUST. Please, let's do it up for Prof until Prof takes his seat. Prof, you are welcome to this morning's event. We wish to also invite Professor William Ojo to join them upstage. Okay, so at this time, I want you to turn to your left and to your right and say hello to someone. You've been sitting, I'm sure you've not said hello to the one sitting by you. In case you choke on your saliva, we need to find you water. The person by you will give you one. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to also welcome, give a round of applause. I've seen my provost here, Professor Amekuji. Leonard Amekuji is also here. Prof, can you please give us a wave? Prof Amekuji, thank you very much for joining us. I can see the registrar of the College of Science also here. Prof, Mr. Ejapong, I have called him Chosa all this while, so anytime I have to mention his name, I need to breathe and then remember we are at an official function and call him Mr. Ejapong. Thank you for joining us. We wish to continue with our program and invite my mentor, Professor Robert Clement Abeidu, who is the project coordinator for BSU3. He's been the father of BSU since its inception. We wish to call him to give us remarks, a few remarks on the BSU3 project.
Thank you. I hope I don't have to resign, but I'm doing this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. I'm going to have a quiz first. Is that right? A short quiz. Is that right? Who can tell me what BSU means? What is BSU? What is BSU? BSU 3. What is BSU? What is BSU? Burden. Okay, the second question is that what are the attributes of a stronger university? Give me some few points. The attributes, for those try to do a bit of that, is that right? So what are the attributes? I don't have a presentation, please. That's why I'm just going around. What are the attributes of a stronger university or a strong university? One. Innovation. Innovation. What is that? What is innovation? The questions are for those here. The big men, no answers, please. Give me one attribute of a strong university. Professor Drew said many of them here. One attribute. Yes. Linkage to industry. Is that linkage? Linkage is an activity. So what do you want to show? If you link, what shows that there's a linkage? So you link this to our vision, the investor vision, and let's see how that plays out. Is that right? Okay, my third question. Nobody has answered that. Two questions. Is that right? My third question. Why do you think we have to accept a project called Burden Stronger University? Hey guys, don't say hi because I'm really not up there yet. Why do you think we have to accept? This is by deductive thinking, is that right? why do you think that we have to accept a project named Building Stronger University? Hey, Professors, Asamabo. It's because we conceded that we are not a strong university. Deductive thinking, is that right? Because we want to be what? Stronger. All right. That's why I was asking, what are the attributes of a strong university? We couldn't answer. Okay. Now, Professor Doe tried to take a section of it. Actually, BSU has been with us, Prof, since 2010. And I've been the laborer on that project for that long, is that right? And it's all came about when some people sat somewhere and took to the net and assessed our strengths. Is that right? As a Southern university, how do you match with a North university from the North? Right? You all want to go to school in the US, in Europe, is that right? Why? Why? Because you think they offer more. Apart from the economic implications of many of you wanting to stay back there, not come here again, you think that the education is what? Probably stronger than what we have here. So by that assessment, we were found to be not just weak, but promising. Right? We can turn that weakness into strength. Right? That's how it all started 10 years ago. Sorry, 12 years, 13 years ago, 2010. I just dreamed of 2010, so I always say 10 years. Okay. So what we've been doing over the past include trying to turn our previous states into what we can now describe as what? A stronger states. As I stand here, I'm very scared. I can assure you that. Because whether or not we've achieved the objective is another thing. And we will learn about that in the coming weeks. The Chairman, BSU is closing. Is that right? It's closing, and our final gathering, such as this, will be in October. Is that right? Third week in October. Okay, good. But I can assure you that many things are happening, or many things have happened. All right? So those of you who were here in 2010 might have seen changes. Those of you who came later might have seen changes. Is that right? BSU had to tackle research, had to tackle manpower development. Is that right? Had to tackle graduate students development. Is that right? Had to tackle grant management. So many things have happened. We'll be able to share with you what we think we've done to transform, or partly. Others will be very angry if I say that's all BSU. All right? To transform KNUST at 2010 to KNUST at 2023. All right? So when I see first in this, first in that, I always ask, what did BSU do? And I think we'll share with you a lot that we have done. Okay. So we've always had 4 work packages, and at that time there was this buzz phrase of climate change stuff. Is that right? So we had one work package on climate change and environmental management. We had second one, that's what Fodro spoke about. That is the innovation and entrepreneurship. That's from the beginning. And then we have the health delivery systems. Then the bigger part was the university research support systems and facilities. Support systems, because we were found to be low in research, found to be low in research communication, found to be low in number of publications per staff, found to be low in number of PhD students we have, PhD lecturers we have. Is that right? The staff. So the promise was to change that phase of KNUST, which sometimes I don't hesitate that we've done it. Mr. Chairman, we've made that a contribution. That is for the work package 4. There have been research components set up. I was expecting you to say that a strong university conducts multidisciplinary research, which involves the industry. Is that right? We work with the industry to solve the industry problems. Is that right? Which was almost zero at that point. So how did we try to bring that up? We tried to say that, okay, let's first and foremost establish a linkage between the research staff or the teaching staff, whoever is here, staff, is that right, with industry. So we actually wished to have launched that platform today, but I think we'll do that in October as we end completely the BSU setups. So I will mention a few of the things that probably happen around. By the way, the lecturers, the staff, the industry members present, what do you see BSU? Is there anything that tells you that there's some change? Those of you who've been here since 2010. Anything you can think about? Just around you? How many PhD students we have? How many are graduating on time? How many guidelines are controlling the graduation process? Have you observed any change in, I'm not sure you can say that because we're not here in the past, so you can compare it. But if you speak to your friends, your colleagues, have you compared the supervision styles, the relationship between supervisors and students at the PhD level? Have you realized that PhD now you have to make a public announcement and you have to be examined by the public before the other group? These are some of the attributes of what? Of a stronger university. Have you seen that at this time there are much more issues on developing prototypes, demonstrating that you can start for others to take it up, all right? So you can make money for yourself, create job for yourself. 2010, we didn't have that. I'm not saying BSU did every bit of it, but we've been singing our own song loudly to get everything done. Podro has said it, the chairman has said it, and I think that for those of you who are here today, and by extension to your friends, it's our responsibility to make KNUST stronger and stronger. I can say for sure that we have done our bit. We have done our bit. And we have left the place better than we came to meet it. That's it. I want you to take that challenge. Guys, are you ready? Take that challenge. BSU may not be there, but we want you to use the seedling, nurse it. Is that right? So they become stronger trees for which we can lean on. And the final assignment I'll give you is that always look out for the traits of a strong university and try and contribute to their creation. That will be your contribution. On this, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all of you for responding to our call. I want to see the outcome. What do you use, what we've done, transform them into demonstrable things that people will see, that we were there, we used to be there, now we are here. Take up the challenge, and thank you for accepting this challenge.
Is that all we could do for the driver of the BSU van? So let me just ask a question. How many of us were here in 2010? I was here. So please, how many of you were here 2010? Oh, okay. So no wonder Prof was not getting answers. All right. So BSU has come a very, very, very long way. And for those of us who have been here, we can attest to the good things that have come out of this project. Because we are doing academia-industry linkage, we have some invited industry players present with us. Can Mr. Stephen Achampong give us a wave? Mr. Stephen Achampong from the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce. Howard Brimer from the Association of Ghana Industries. Is Howard here? Thank you very much for joining us. Is Emanuela Ginego from Premier Foods? Thank you for joining. Mahmouda Osman from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Thank you very much, Mahmouda, for joining. Mr. Courage from Premier Foods. And then Dr. Eric Owusu-Mensah from YoFresh. Oh, thank you, Eric. Eric is always with us when it comes to academia industry. Thank you for being here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to take an address from our special guest of honor, Professor Aboagye Mensah, representing the Vice Chancellor, KNUST. Please, let's give it up for him.
Good morning to you all. I hope you are all doing well. As has been said, the Vice Chancellor certainly would have wished to be here, but for more other pressing issues, she couldn't. So she has asked me to come and deliver her speech. So whatever I'm going to say is verbatim, word to word. On that note, I begin by addressing the chairman, my good friend, Professor Mafo. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed researchers, distinguished industry leaders, and all innovators present, I am profoundly honored to stand here today and address such an illustrious gathering, and more so as the special guest of honor for this remarkable academia, industry, and research innovation conference. The chosen theme, innovations and research, commercialization through partnership, it's not merely a title, but a clarion call for synergy, a beckoning towards a future that promises unparalleled growth, not just for academia or industry, but for the betterment of our society. The narrative of progress has always been scripted by trailblazers who dare to venture beyond the conventional, sought knowledge, and most crucially, applied it for the collective good. As I look across this room today, I am elated to see a new chapter of this narrative waiting to be written by all of you present. Our universities and research institutions are teeming with untapped potential, groundbreaking ideas, and revolutionary technologies. However, without the pragmatism, resources, and scalability our industry counterparts bring, these innovations often risk lying dormant, unrealized in their full potential. On the other hand, industries often grapple with the challenges of a rapidly changing global landscape, ever-evolving consumer demands, and technological obsolescence. He realized the undeniable value of academia with its quest for knowledge, fresh perspective, and unbounded creativity. It is evident that our paths are intertwined, each complementing the other. Our collaborative ventures are not just opportunities for commercial success, but are, in fact, the catalysts that will drive societal advancement. Therefore, I challenge each one of you to forge these essential partnerships. To the academic researchers, I urge you to reach out, share your findings, and seek practical applications for your innovations. To the industry leaders, please open your doors to the vast reservoir of academic insights, harness their potential, and craft solutions that will shape the future together. In closing, may this conference be the nexus where ideas meet execution, theory converge with practice, and partnerships flourish to spawn innovations that echo through time. May your deliberations over the coming days be both enlightening and actionable. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Abwajimenye, for giving us that address. So our special guest of honor has wished us well in our deliberations for today and the future. I wish to also acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the Ashanti, Bono East, and Ahafo branch of the Association of Ghana Industries, Mr. Kwesi Nyameche. Can you please give us a wave? And then I can also see Mr. Samuel Enimiebua from the Association of Ghana Industries also present. Okay. At this juncture, we would like to take a keynote presentation, and that will be delivered to us by Professor Datsin Awonyo-Vitor. Prof. Awonyo-Vitor is the head of department of the Agric Extension and Agric Economics, Agribusiness and Extension in the Faculty of Agric. He is a chartered accountant, a tax professional. Please note the diversions. So he's a chartered accountant, a tax professional, served more than 20 years in the university. So he started off as an accountant, assistant internal auditor at the audit service of KNUST. That's where he started from. And then he moved on to the School of Business as a lecturer. Now at the Faculty of Agric as a full professor in Agric Economics, Agribusiness and Extension. He has had diverse engagements with industry and served on several boards and several committees within the university and outside of the shores of the university and of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Datsin Awonyo-Vitor to give us the keynote, the first keynote presentation for this morning. Please keep the clap coming.
My Vice President, thank you for the introduction. Professor Chair, and good morning. Professor Chair, permit me to stand on existing protocols to deliver my address. In fact, I'm so excited about the progress the university has made since 2010. Some of us came in 90s, and we've seen where the university was before the BSU program started. And I think BSU has brought a lot of change. Now, my presentation is, the topic is Sustainable Pathways for Strengthening Academia-Industry Collaboration and Research Commercialization. I'll start off, Professor Chair, with understanding of academia-industry collaboration and research commercialization. Now, academia-industry collaboration is a strategic partnership between academic institutions and public or private companies that aim to create, transfer knowledge, skills, and innovation for mutual benefit. So the key issue there is mutual benefit. And then research commercialization is a process of developing an idea through research to a point where it is ready to be sold in a marketplace. That's what we refer to as research commercialization. In recent times, research teams at the universities are shifting, as Prof. Odro has what indicated in his presentation, from passive inventions management towards more marketing interventions. And we have seen it. The theoretical basis for academia-industry collaborations is innovation management, knowledge management, and higher education pedagogy, where we have industry also supporting in training of our students. It is expected that the process of collaboration between industry and academia will produce a wide range of theoretical and innovative outcomes for industry as well as social uptake. Prof. Chair, I'll now turn my attention to the nature and why academic-industry collaboration is now the order of the day, particularly in the Southern Hemisphere universities, because it's not only Ghana that is pushing for academia-industry collaboration. Academia-industry collaboration are nothing new, although they have gained more attention lately. University-industry partnership has existed for several years. Some of the reasons are early industry stakeholder involvement in academia enhances academic projects' effectiveness and impact due to their superior risk management and focusing skills. By all standards, the industry players have a better risk management strategies and focusing skills. Both academia and industry bring distinct perspective skill set to the table. Typically, university researchers are motivated by science. As you have seen, most of us are motivated by publication in journals and towards our promotion, whereas industry are motivated by market opportunities. So where the two of them come together, it blends very well to support humanity. Collaboration between academia and industry has resulted in research commercialization that has led to quick development of solutions to support industry and humanities. We have all seen what happened during the COVID-19. You realize that most of the vaccines were developed with collaboration between academia and the industry, particularly by biopharmaceutical businesses. Why is this collaboration important? Why? Why is it important? Academia-industry partnership is beneficial to both parties. Both industry and academia benefit from the industry. By building academia-industry collaboration, this empowers industry to connect to a higher education. Yes, so the industry connects to a higher education by tapping into the brain at the universities. Research commercialization provides an opportunity to engage with industry partners, investors, and businesses. By so doing, this results in additional funding sources for further university research. However, this needs to be done properly. So when we come to the strategies for sustainable pathway, I'll elaborate on that. The connection between academia and industry also set the pace for bridging the gap between academia and industry. I think last year there was a study done by Quality Assurance and Planning Unit with a student exit. So they call it a student exit conference. So they wanted to find out how the student wants what they call the training to improve. One of the key issues that came up was that they lack practical and intention. So academia and industry collaboration will help bridge these skills gap. Collaboration between industry and academics promote technological advancement and innovation, as I stated earlier, in the case of COVID-19, and there are several ones going even on campus here. The collaboration will also give the university the needed visibility of research by attracting external sponsors and investors. It will generally expand the innovations ecosystem by facilitating the creation and commercialization of new products and services, as we'll see outside soon. Furthermore, Professor Chair, this kind of collaboration will enhance the skills and employability of students and researchers by exposing them to industry practices and standards. Now, the skill and employability here is not only for the student to serve as employees, but to also employ themselves, because it gives them opportunity to develop entrepreneurial skills as well, where they will leverage on after school. They can go straight into production and serve to employ their colleagues. However, it's important to also point out there are some challenges with the collaboration between industry and academia. We need to take note of that before we look at the sustainable pathway. It must be noted that despite the potential benefit, the academia-industry collaboration also faces some challenges that require careful management and alignment of goals and expectation, as well as incentives. One of the most significant barriers is the limited time and resources available to academics and industry personnel to connect with one another. Professor Chair, as you can see at the university, you realize that the staff numbers compared to the student numbers in some departments is very high. So the same professors are running around to teach. So there's a limited time for them to connect with industry and do a good job. Then establishment of link and securing funding also require enormous amount of engagement from both parties in the absence of university-industry matching. The university inflexibility and bureaucracy, as well as lack of focus on outcome-oriented, is another challenge. Faculty's promotion basically based on publication in high-impact journals, not necessarily outcome-oriented promotion. That's another challenge that militates against the linkage between industry and academia that we need to take on. Professor Chair, I now turn my attention to the sustainable pathway, strengthening academia-industry collaboration and commercialization of research. For sustainable collaboration, there's a need to look for the right balance that will ensure the partners benefit individually. You know, the industry players are there to make money. They are there to make profits. Then academic, we have their own standards. People are looking at it to achieve certain standards. So in order to have a fruitful collaboration which will be sustainable, then we need to develop the strategy in such a way that both parties benefit equally or equitably. In that case, there's a need to make academia-industry collaboration a strategic priority and communicate same regularly to the entire academic community. In short, this must be part of the vision and mission of the university. It should not be isolated. It should be a priority of the university. And as the Prof. Abedu stated, you realize that that has been one of the main priorities of BSU. And that is why we have seen a tremendous improvement in the linkage between academia and industry. Prior to 2010, I'm not sure the university worked with any industry, but now you can see that almost all departments, or at least almost all colleges, they have industry partners that they are working with. Then we also need to create committees or entities that will develop strategy that will enhance collaboration in terms of policy and activities. That has been done. I'm not sure whether that has been, the process has been done through the BSU. However, when we came here, there was nothing like OGR. Now we have OGR that is very active in developing policy to guide research. They are also active in linking industry and academia together. We also need to design incentive for university staff, provide resources and conditions to manage cultural shift that put a clear priority on engaging with the industry for mutual benefit. Yes, if academic staff are involved in industry-related research, some of this research might not necessarily end up in publication, which they'll use for promotion. What are the incentives for them? Do the university give them some time to concentrate on the industry research? Do they still give them the full load? So there's a need for us to develop incentive package for these academic staff. Then the university should also support academic staff, including professors, to get internship in industry. That is very important. Because you realize that when you get into the industry, or when you have a dialogue with the industry, that is where you begin to identify problems that we can actually research on to solve the industrial problem. The university must also invite industry researchers and staff to teach and deliver seminars. I'm not sure, but I know that process is underway, and some department has taken the lead, where they invite industry players to actually come and give lecture. And I think that will help to manage the cultural shift. You realize that the academic environment has their own cultural orientations. The industry environment also have their own cultural orientation. So when both interact frequently, then that will help in managing the cultural shift between academic environment and the, industry environment. That will also support the students when they get to the industry environment, particularly for internship. They'll feel more comfortable because these industry players might have ever interacted with them either at a seminar or in a classroom. One critical thing is any new opportunity arising from research with possibility of commercialization must be carefully managed until intellectual property right has been obtained. It appears as if we are quick to put out our innovations. So by the time we are thinking of getting the intellectual property rights, then at times become a common marketplace. Then we miss on the intellectual property right. So it's very critical when the new idea that come up and we intend to commercialize, the management need to be critical. Probably there might need to be a policy on how we manage it, because this is a long process where you have an incubation center, you have a prototype, testing before you go. But at times, once the idea come up, we are quick to put it out there, then we miss out on intellectual property right. Meanwhile, without the intellectual property right, we will not be able to make any headway with our innovation. We cannot even commercialize it. If you don't have a right, then it's difficult for you to commercialize it. Once the IP right is obtained, then we may need to adopt the following process depending on which one is appropriate. We may have IP licensing, where we license companies to exploit the IP if we own the intellectual property right. So the investor may license by contracting IP right to one or more company called licensees in return for a share in related income. This path will require minimal capital expenditure or risk taken by the university. So if the university decides to go for IP licensing, then the capital outlay to start becomes lower, then also the risk associated with it also becomes lower. Then we may also decide to go to IP assignment, where the investor may also sell the IP right to one or more companies. So you realize that the process of managing new idea and innovation is very critical until we get an IP. And I'm happy we have an IP unit now at OGR. So what we might need to do is we need to drum it to all the researchers that are having new ideas, have a clear policy on how to communicate new ideas until we get an IP right. Now, when we go for IP assignment, this pathway may achieve a quick exit but less profit for the investor because the company must accept all the risks of commercialization, hence will negotiate price down. Then if the assignee business collapse, all commercial prospects for the IP and its related value to society are lost. So if you assign the IP, it means that we have given the IP out. So if the business collapse, we cannot go for the IP. So it has a higher risk to the investee and to the society as well. Then the last one I want to talk about, which we could do, is a startup and a spin-off. As Prof. Odro was making presentation, most of our PhD research, we don't think of spin-off. We don't think of doing research that we can develop a startup company out of it. So if the investee owns the IP, then another thing they can do is to have a startup with the IP or spin-off where they create a company to actually exploit the IP. So the investor may set up a company purposely to exploit the research outcome and innovation. They have the advantage of being fresh and free from any encumbrances with the investee. So if the investee decides to exploit the IP by setting up a new company, then you realize that the new company will be guided by board and guided by its own culture. So the bureaucracy within the investee does not influence the new company that has been set up to exploit the IP. Professor Chair, before I take my seat, I would like to conclude by saying that it must be emphasized that both visionary partnership between academia and industry will accelerate innovation and help deliver solutions to economic and social challenges. It will also support commercialization of research fundings, innovations, support training of graduates for smooth transition into job environment. The above can be achieved through strengthening the collaboration between academia and industry in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Please, let's do it up again for Prof. For giving us that brilliant exposition on academia industry linkage, the need for collaborating right, and the need to also own a right to be able to keep your head high when you are engaging with industry. Because otherwise, then you come up with an innovation, and then you go out there and open your mouth wide, because the Bible says, open your mouth wide and I'll fill it. You will end up having nothing in your mouth by the time your mouth is closed, because it has not been confirmed as belonging to you. So international property rights, I know that the university has taken a stance on IP and is taking property rights very seriously. Because I heard on the radio months or years ago that KNUST agricultural, what was it, the fufu pounding machine. I remember I was quite young, saw it on the news, pounding the fufu. At least that one is not machine milled. It was actually, you see the pistol moving up and down. Before we knew it, we couldn't find it. And then the Boafo, was it Boafo Ena? I mean, a lot of inventions have come through the university that have been taken over by other people, of course, because we did not take property rights seriously. Thank you very much, Prof. Whilst Prof was giving us the keynote address, the keynote presentation, I saw Professor Philip Ncheje, the director for OGR KNUST, walk in. Please let's give it up for Prof. I can see Prof. Osei Mensah James also here with us. He will be part of the panel discussion, which we would have immediately after the snack break. And so please keep it up for yourself. We have done very well for the first part of this morning. We will take a break for snack. And then we have posters outside of works that have come out of this project and other related projects of the BSU. Please take a look at it. We have just about 30 minutes to take our snack and also take a walk around the posters. We will come back again and take the keynote presentation, the second keynote presentation, and then we would have a discussion, a panel discussion on the conference theme. We are not done yet. Our chairman is not leaving us today. Our guest of honor is also not leaving us. Today, BSU has grounded everyone. Once you have put your hand in this BSU food this morning, we'll eat until the plate is empty. Ladies and gentlemen, if we step out, we would ask that those who did not finish their registration formalities do that for us. Please go and sign so we can account for every single one of us. And we'll do that all during the snack break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on break. Official break for 30 minutes. We'll be back again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your snack. So someone told me there's too much food to eat. I also acknowledge that the food was a lot because I was eating and was not getting finished. And when you have been trained to empty your plate, I was trying to push it down. It was taking forever. So I believe that you all enjoyed your snack. And we want to take off with the next session of our program. And so we'll take a second keynote presentation. So this time round, we want to look at the role of industry in innovation and research commercialization. And that presentation will be given by Mr. Stephen Achampong, the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the Ghana Chamber of Commerce. Please let's give it up for Mr. Achampong, who is coming to give us that presentation.
I can just read.
Was it a presentation slide?
Yeah, I have it. No, it's not slide. It's just. Yeah, this time it's. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. My name is Mr. Stephen Achampong, as she rightly said, and I'm a hybrid man because I'm coming from academia and industry. I'm the regional chairman for Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
You want us to scroll it?
Yes, you can scroll it. You want to copy it or yes, it's right here. You want to copy it? Okay. Yeah, I am bound by time, and I will start addressing the chair. Professor Chairman, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are duly observed. I am bound by time. I have a lot of things to say, and I will make sure I keep to my time. I will start by saying the topic is very, very, very interesting. And permit me to delve my heart, salute and applaud the organizers of this program about this wake-up call, the team, the role of industry in innovation and research commercialization. Particularly in this era of artificial intelligence, AI, or else the universities in Ghana and Africa will eventually become irrelevant and obsolete. I have some subtopics that I'll go through to make everything holistic, but because of time, I'll just start by Prof. Chair. Commercialization of innovation and research depends much on the level of collaboration and linkage between academia and industry. And the industry consists of micro, small, medium, and large scale, including the cocoa seller, the kelewele businesses, etc., and etc. Developed countries have strong collaboration and linkages between universities and industry, but in developing countries like Ghana, universities function independently of industry, which relies on foreign knowledge sources to sustain production and meet competition. In advanced countries, universities visit the industry, identify the problems, and innovate solutions but not in the classrooms. Universities need to follow the research value chain. That is, you start from research, you come out with the prototype, and today I was very happy to see the prototype. Then you go to manufacturing, you proceed to marketing, wholesaling, retailing, then the final part of the value chain research is consumption. So a symbiosis relationship must always exist between research and industry. And sometimes you can resort to simulations. Ghanaian universities may have excellent research and innovations with or without prototype products, but most of them remain on the shelves, so the industry is unable to partner with them. Academia needs to collaborate with the industry and identify problems or opportunities to enable them to customize the right innovation and research at the right time and at right cost to the right industry. Many industries and technological products have resulted from research by universities. For instance, the lithium battery technology, the electric vehicle and traceable technology. And I have the sources from the research that I did. Mr. Professor Chair, universities play a key role in industrial development by producing innovations through research. Technology commercialization and collaboration between captains of industry is required in order to provide commercial value for development of technology produced by the university, and it is an attempt to move technology into a profitable position. Though universities produce some entrepreneurs and human resources for the industry, the curriculum fails to create linkages and collaborations. Besides, there are informal SMEs and family businesses such as mechanics, food processors, farmers, bakers, carpenters, masons, smithing, tailoring, that the university have little collaboration with. Most people from academia eat cocoa from polythene bag, but have not researched and found industrial solutions to the plastic issue. Universities could develop curricula and train their youth in properly mining and save the country from the wrath of Galamsey. In the USA, universities develop standardization, formalization, processes, and franchising systems for restaurants such as McDonald's and KFC, then globalize them. In this digital era, however, technopreneurship as a new industrial engineering education course is expected to be the bridging system to promote the utilization of technology and the transfer of innovative products from a university. Commercialization of innovation and research requires a university to establish an industrial engineering institute to be the collaboration link. Industrial engineering science and knowledge played a very important role in the development of the Industrial Revolution that occurred in the Western societies, including Europe, USA, Japan, and which Africa and Ghana missed. Professor Chairman, the American Institute of Industrial Engineers in the early 1960s defined industrial engineering as a science related to the design, improvement, and installation of an integrated system, namely human, material, equipment, and energy that refers to specific knowledge and skills in mathematical, physical, and social sciences with engineering and design analysis methods determine, predict, and evaluate the results obtained by a system. If you want the source, it's Sutopo 2019. Professor Chair, the difference between the rich and the poor, developed and underdeveloped society is not abundant natural resources and many human beings, but the ability to research, innovate, identify problems, and solve them so that wealth will follow you. The secret of success is knowing what is likely to happen, and if you cannot measure, you cannot manage. I have a scenario here. In a bestseller book titled Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, an American businessman acquired a gold field to mine gold. After several years of hard work, through trial and error, he could not discover the gold. With frustration and disappointment, he sold the field on scrap. The buyer paid a very cheap price, but thought it wise to employ the services of the researcher to research. Through the research, it was discovered that the new buyer was just 3 feet away from gold. When the original owner heard the discovery, he was very sad. Research is the top secret behind every successful business. Therefore, the greatest power and capital of the capitalist economy is the research and innovation products they sell to industries around the globe. According to Walter Rodney, in a book entitled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Africa alone is endowed with 28% of the world's resources, but the poorest. Why? Because little attention is paid to innovations, research and development, industrial collaborations. There is a story. Some people went to India and found the people walking barefooted. So they said they were poor and did not have money to buy shoes, and they went away. Some industrial engineering Italians also went to India and said that people do not have shoes, so they will buy shoes if we produce them. They researched and customized the shoes in terms of the needs and prices for them, and demand was great. Prof. Chair, allow me to quote the Bible, because when we started, we prayed. Now, the Berean Jews were more noble character than the Thessalonians, for they received the message with great eagerness and examined the scriptures every day to see if they were true. Acts chapter 17, verse 11. So research is very, very important. Permit me to start by quoting the sales law of market economics, which states that supply inevitably generates demand. Captains of industry are rational and are in business for profit, as the earlier speaker said, and ensure growth and sustainability. Therefore, we will demand any innovations and research outcomes that enable them to achieve their business goals. Several research and innovations outcomes indicate that the industry has served as a source of market, sponsorship, funding, employment avenues, and of course, development partners with researchers, innovators, and inventors, depending on the quality of the research of the innovation. Everything we see around, produced by the industry, whether tangible or intangible, tables and chairs, instructional materials, building and electrical gadgets, clothing, electronic products, including phones, computers and software, the internet and website, vehicle, financial services, health and insurance services, business models, come out of innovations and research. Evidences of innovations and research commercialization patronage by the industry. The best way to go is combining education with work. And if you look at China and India, they combine education with work, and they start entrepreneurship from preschool. One, I want to mention a number of them. One, Mark Zuckerberg developed a high school assignment into Facebook through research and innovations, which has been patronized by the industry and individuals globally since 2004. Two, in 1975, Bill Gates, a Harvard student, through research and innovations, invented Microsoft, a tech product being patronized by the industry worldwide, including financial, manufacturing, agriculture, and education. Thomas O. Mercer, born around 1950, a Ghanaian-American chemical engineer and inventor who contributed to the development of fiber optic manufacturing and monotechnology, has 14 patents and was inducted in the U.S. National Academy of Inventors in 2015. There is a huge patronage of the product by the industry. KNUST has trained doctors, engineers, administrators, teachers, and lawyers who are collaborating and working with the industry. In 1992, after completing my national service and being employed by the GES to teach at Supercars, Kumasi, I focused on research and authored a bestseller book studies titled Archie Series. Archie Series. Most of you have ever read those books. The publishing and financial industries, distributors and educational institutions collaborated with I collaborated with them to publish and distribute for the promotion of teaching and learning in the country. Reverend Dr. Kwabena Darko applied his research and innovative ideas, set up one of the most successful poultry farms in Ghana. Professor Chairman, India took advantage of the digital revolution to train a lot of digital technology experts, CEOs, and managers who are high demanded by the global industry. The research outcomes of CSIR are being used by the industry in the areas of agriculture, construction, etc. I can go on and on and on, but a few of these are very important. The Boston consultancy model, developed by Bruce Henderson in 1970 and used by about half of the Fortune 500 companies in the US, is still central in business school teachings on business strategy. The Kaizen consultancy model and the total quality control from Japan are globally applied by the industry. And then, in 1966, Frederick W. Smith from Yale College in the US developed a school project for FedEx that offers courier services worldwide. And then in Japan, Toyota, his name was Mr. Toyota, developed a vehicle as a family business and nurtured the business to the Toyota brand for 80 years, now floating shares globally. How many businesses in Ghana have gone past 80 years, 50 years, etc.? Because we don't have succession plan, and there's no way to sustain our businesses. Henry Ford of USA, after attending school for 6 years, just 6 years, in a single classroom, dismantled and reassembled a watch and invented the Ford car, sustained the family business for almost a century as a global company. The commerce model, developed by USA researchers, is widely used by the financial industry to assess the financial performance of financial institutions, which a champion AR 2023, that is me, popularized it to include a non-financial parameters, including, that is published in a journal, Index in Scopus and Web of Science, and then the Google Scholar. Also, the internet developed by the US military through research is a commercialized business solution to the global industry. I can go on and on and on. In this regard, the role of industry in innovation and research cannot be ignored. The reality is that academia and industry depend on each other for survival, hence the urgent need for collaboration. The case of Ghana. A little collaboration between industry and academia in terms of innovation and research creates development challenges in Ghana and Africa as a whole, whereas in advanced societies, industry and academia collaborate and play a key role in research. Innovations, inventions, business creation, consultancy, and capacity building towards sustainable socio-economic development. Society has not been static but dynamic and keeps on changing from agricultural, industrial, digital, and social institutions, especially the educational, to develop the relevant human resources who are the key drivers of change and innovations. The educational institutions did little to prepare the right human resources for agricultural mechanization, industrialization, and now digitalization. Hence, the Ghanaian industry can do little to commercialize research and innovation. The purpose of education is to train the learner to acquire the necessary skills, to harness resources, research, innovate, create, and of course, identify problems and solve them. Over the years, Ghanaian educational system has produced CEOs, managers, professionals, politicians, engineers, administrators, politicians, and leaders who focus on cut and paste. Not that is cut and paste by my own definition, is not based on research findings and empirical evidence. They develop cut and paste policies that collapsed the Ghanaian businesses and the economy as a whole. Since independence, a number of state-owned enterprises have collapsed due to non-adherence of best practices, corporate governance, and work ethics of human resources that they produce, that are produced by the academia. We can cite a number of them. Ghana had 2 factories which were producing sugar at Asuchare and Eastern Regional Commander in East Central Region. Where is it? Ghana had a factory which was producing car tires at Bonza. Where is it? Ghana had a factory which was producing canned beef in Bonigatanga. Ghana was producing canned tomato paste in Polugu and Navarengo. Ghana had factories producing textiles in Akosombo in Japan. Ghana was producing matches at Kade. Collapse. Ghana was producing DDT at a Buakwa formulation plant. Where is it? Ghana had a jute factory in Ghana producing sacks for cocoa, even in Kumasi here. And where is it now? And Ghana was assembling radios, TVs, and fridges, branded Akasanoma and Sanyo. Ghana was producing jam and fruit drinks at Insawem. Ghana was producing glass at Aboso. And then Ghana had a factory producing breakable plates, tiles, WCs, and we have abandoned all this. And Ghana had its own aircraft, DC-10, VC-10, Boeing, and cargo passenger ships, 22 Black Star Line vessels. They are all gone, and students are now forming Unemployed Graduate Association. Remember that I haven't talked about the cocoa and bauxite, manganese, etc. Before, Ghanaians were employed in Public Works Department, State Construction Corporation, State Housing Corporation, AESC, Ghana Food Distribution Corporation, etc. All the managers and the CEOs were developed by the universities. Where are they? They are gone. They are all gone. Now Ghana is in economic crisis in spite of all the abundant natural resources. The role of Ghana National Chamber of Commerce. The role, we are looking at the role that Ghana National Chamber of Commerce, GNCCI, of which I am the original chairman, play. GNCCI was established by LI 611, dedicated to helping entrepreneurial growth in business and providing services such as, very quick, business support services. We render business support services, research and advocacy, international trade fairs and meetings, trade and export development, AGWA Trade Resource Center. The chamber played a key role in the AGWA, that is African Growth Opportunity Act, that allowed Ghanaians to export over 6,000 products to the United States of America without paying export duties. The chamber, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, provide business support services to promote development of member businesses in the areas of advisory, financial, and business plans and proposal services, letters of credit, capital and risk advisory, export and import services, trade facilitation, intelligence services, and so on and so forth. We also do capacity building. So you are all invited. Then, how can the university ensure sustainable commercialization of innovation? The research institutions need to collaborate with the industry to develop curriculum that will integrate industrial requirements. The university needs to craft the curriculum to be business solution-based and integrate business troubleshooting strategies. Business troubleshooting strategies, consultancy, management control systems, business analytics, and Kaizen. KNUST-TEK can collaborate with our local mechanics to build garages and give them theoretical training, while students take advantage to have hands-on experience. In the 1970s, the then UST developed the Boafo car, which was much better than Mrs. Aboboya and Mr. Pragya. At the same time, South Korea, which was at the same level of socio-economic development, has also started developing the Tico car. And that Tico car was nicknamed Akoda Nawo Kohin. And then, but through collaborations, the Koreans are now producing nice vehicles and patronized globally. What happened to the Boafo prototype. 50 years down the line, Ghana will have been a giant car manufacturer through industrial collaboration. Sustainability is very important. Of course, Ghana urgently needs industrial policy as a national agenda and not political manifesto. Innovations and research commercialization require strong branding and selling skills through the trade fairs and showcasing your products to the industry. And I'm happy that you have started this at the university. Let's applaud for the university. At Lawrence Technological University in USA, where I studied MBA marketing, the university, about to finish. Just give me. Okay. At Lawrence Technological University in USA, where I studied MBA marketing, the university organizes project shows and invites the industry, including Ford, Toyota, GMC, etc., assess the project, partner, and recruit graduates to the industry. KNUST can do same. The human resource development by the university is a solution to the industry, but needs to be well branded. The industry wants graduates who work with work ethics, well-versed in best practices and corporate governance, diligent and hard workers, with soft skills and transformational-oriented leaders who can sustain businesses. To do innovations and research relevant to discover and harness natural resources, including gold, oil, etc., and add value to their resources. The industry will readily invest in them. The government and captains of industry have a role to play by supporting industrial research. In developed countries, successful companies spend an average of 17% of their profits on R&D to promote innovations, growth, and sustainability. In Ghana, the 5% sustainability tax must be used to support industrial research and innovations through academia and industrial collaborations, which will be a sure way of sustaining the industry and employment and should not go to the politicians. Through this, business will grow to create jobs and government revenue will increase through direct income taxes in the long run. The U.S. government does not mess up with the industry, but supports the sector to create more millionaires in the U.S. So that USA does not bother to go to IMF and borrow $3 billion dollars. The country maintains its superpower position because of this policy. Ghana cannot continue to produce cut and paste graduates who seek non-existing jobs and create unemployed graduate association instead of creating jobs through innovations and research and development. Professor Chairman, why the industry needs research from academia? 1, for identification and troubleshooting business problems. 2, to take accurate business decisions. 3, to develop business strategies. 4, for effective budget and budgetary controls. 5, identify business opportunities. To do a competitive analysis. To work with the right business model. To analyze market segment and select market targets. To plan and implement a marketing mix. Analyze marketing performance. To determine the business growth stages and initiate appropriate strategic initiatives. To determine customer behavior patterns, and then branding business. How well are our universities prepared for Industry 4.0, innovations, research, and commercialization? Professor Chairman, Industry 4.0 involves fast and disruptive changes that embrace digital manufacturing, network communications, computer and automation technologies, as well as many other relevant areas. This new industrial paradigm embraces a set of technological development, such as robotics, big data, artificial intelligence, and cloud manufacturing that will influence both products and processes, allowing efficiency and productivity improvement among companies that will adopt such technologies. Schmidt et al. 2015, if you want the reference. So where shall we be if we don't speed up? Industry 4.0 will lead to deep changes in industry and manufacturing sectors, having strong impacts along the whole value chain and providing a set of new opportunities regarding business models, production technology, the creation of new jobs, and work organization. Industry 4.0 is driven by three factors. Digitalization and integration of vertical and horizontal value chains. 2, digitalization of product and service offerings. And 3, digital business models and customer access. That is PwC 2015. That's the reference. Mr. Chairman, as I'm bringing the whole thing to an end, I want to thank you and say that whatever you learn, wherever you are going, look out for problems. If you want opportunity, look around, find problems and solve them. In an attempt to solve a problem, you find an opportunity. Problems are everywhere. There are no more opportunities in advanced countries because they have solved almost all the problems. But in Ghana and in Africa, for that matter, there are a lot of problems. So look around, find problems, and solve them. And opportunity will hit your door. People took advantage of this, solved problems, and billions of dollars or Ghanaian cedis followed them. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Please let's give it up for Is that all we can do? Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Echampong. Find problems because there are a lot of problems around us. In the midst of finding solutions, we'll identify these. And then that one gives room for the innovations and the breakthroughs. Thank you very much for that great exposition. All the issues that have connected and brought us to where we are today. So my grand uncle worked in the meat factory in Bolga. So growing up, I knew there was Bolgatanga meat factory. He had eaten a lot of meat, such that his back was as hard as, I don't know what is hard, my grand uncle's back. And he was so big because he consumed a lot of meat. In Tema, moved up to Bolga to work in the meat factory. He had worked at one time in the tomato factory. So I knew all of those factories existed. I grew up in Takwa, and then I saw Bonsatai. In those days, I was young, but I still could see Bonsatai factory. The glass factory in Aboso was also functional. Beside that, there were other factories around, so I was counting when he was mentioning the different factories that have all collapsed. What could account for all of this? And I'm sure we can go on and on and on, trying to do the blame game and trying to find who caused the problem. But ladies and gentlemen, if we do blame game, we will still not achieve anything. You and I need to get up and work. Work hard so our part of the world can be green, just like the green ones we are seeing over the ocean. We will be having a panel discussion on the conference theme, Academia, Industry, and Research Innovation. So we have here some fine gentlemen that are going to do, together with us, that kind of engagement. We need to discuss. We need to look at ways in which we can arrive at something meaningful at the end of this conference. It shouldn't be another talk shop. You know talk shop? So workshop, talk shop. We'll talk. Just when we finish eating and we step out there, Oh, I remember I went to this workshop. That is it. Nothing comes up. Ladies and gentlemen, we would ask our chairman and our special guest of honor to take their seats right here with us. Today, I have grounded them by the mercies of God and by the fact that I'm the MC and the moderator. I've grounded my professors today that they are not leaving us until we are done. So please, Prof. Chair and Prof. Guest of honor, please take your seat here for us. We would like to invite Dr. Stephen Techi, who will be our moderator for the panel discussion. And together with the team, so we have Professor James Osei-Mensah from the College of Agric and Natural Resource, Mr. Kwesi Nyameche from the Association of Ghana Industries, and Mr. Mahmouda Osman from Ministry of Trade and Industry. And these are key personalities within our industry linkage to help with that discussion. So, moderator, I leave the microphone for you.
It's always good to work with Dr. Mrs. Ofori. And I think it's a big shoe that I'm stepping in. I think the approach for this is that in as much that we have our panel members here, we also have experienced scholars and practitioners here. So if there is any issue here that you want to add up or contribute, please draw my attention, then let's keep going. As Doc said, this is not just a talk show. There is something about those called 7. Because the biblical 7 talk fearlessly. So when you heard our guest speaker speaking, he was speaking fearlessly. But one thing I picked up is that we have the potential as a nation to develop if we take the conference theme seriously. So let's take this as our contribution to this great nation, and it shouldn't take a million people to develop this nation. It takes us to do the right things. So as Doc said, I have my panel members here, and I'll first, normally I am a participatory person. I know I have Professor James Osei-Mensah here. Prof, you are welcome. Then I have Mr. Kwesi Nyameche, whom I've met so many times, very knowledgeable. Sir, you're welcome. Then our final panel member is Mr. Mahmouda Osman. Welcome, sir. Now, based on what we've done today, since you've all been in the system, we have Prof coming from academia, Mr. Kwesi Nyameche and Mr. Mahmouda coming from practice. There's what we call an open floor. Based on what has gone today, can you please share your experience with regards to the state of industry-academia relationship in promoting innovation and commercialization of research? So we'll open with that discussion. Your experience, what comes to mind when we hear about what the conference team is talking about? So I'll start with our professor to respond to that. What really comes to mind?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. So for me, academia, industry, collaboration, to me is the future, especially for a developing country like Ghana. And I say this because I am wondering how long it will take for our universities to be able to generate the resources that we need to do our research and do it well. But if we team up with industry, what I've seen with the few years I've been around is that it's achieved results faster, cheaper, and more efficiently. I say this because if what we do as in academia, what we do as researchers is based on real-life problem, then at the end of the day, you see the manifestation of your hard work. And it is interesting to look around and see a couple of students that we are working with at the Kumasi Business Incubator. So for me, I think that if we really want to make impact as a university, if we want to make impact as researchers, it is it is not possible for us to achieve that feat without working with industry. I also see premium foods here. Last couple of weeks ago, we were on the field with some of our student entrepreneurs. And engaging industry, you get the understanding that industry really wants to work with us. They have problems that they have sat down to analyze to see that it is cheaper working with the university, either through the professor or through the students of the professor. And in 3 days, we're able to identify about 5 empirical research that industry is looking out to. So for me, listening to the keynote speaker, my head of department, Professor Onyobeto, listening to the last keynote speaker, I get the impression that we are all clear in our minds what the future should be. What I think we should be asking is, how do we get it done? Because industry needs us, we need industry. But how do we get it done? In the past week or two, AGI engaged business school. And as part of the conversation, it came up that industry see academia in some way. And academia also see industry as a different breed of people. The question, how do we come together? And it is cheaper as industry players. For instance, I trained in Sweden for a master's. And a course will not end without having somebody from Volvo or Ericsson or somebody coming to speak on a particular issue that has been identified by the course instructor. And you get to see that when industry comes to engage the students, they more or less validate what the professor has been saying, because it is most of the time you become very conversant with your lecturer.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I'll go to Mr. Kwesinya Meche. As I said, I just want to know what comes to mind based on what we talked about with regards to our theme. And I think Prof has given us an idea. And Dr. Usam Bonsa will say, looks like we academia and researchers are sitting on the ivory tower. So the time has come for us to get down. So, Mr. Kwesinya Meche, what comes to mind?
Thank you, and good afternoon. Prof said AGI engaged them, and there's a bit of this one thinks this, this one thinks that. I would say there's a bit of disconnect between industry and academia. And I've been having programs with KNUST, College of Engineering and Business School. And I keep hammering on that. Most of the research that we do in the university, to some extent, forgive my word, or my language, is somehow irrelevant to industry. Some of the research, Prof said he did some work in Sweden. Some of us have worked and have traveled and have done a lot outside of Ghana. And you realize that most of the project topics are directly related to societal problems. I remember doing my master's MBA at GIMPA. And most of the case studies were Harvard this, Harvard that, Harvard this. And I was asking the professor, don't we have industries in Ghana? We have industries in Ghana that we can assess their work, which will be more closer to us, which will be more relevant to us. So I think, and I speak for industry, that bring your work closer to industry, relate with industry. And like he said, we are business-minded. If you bring a project and I don't see how relevant it is, how profitable it is, difficult for me to engage. we're talking about sponsorship and research and all that. Elsewhere, industries sponsor projects in the universities. They have even grant schemes in the universities. But they benefit if AGI or any member of AGI is supposed to do anything for the university, it should be something beneficial to the industry, not just for sponsoring sake. So I would say bring your work closer to industry, and then industry will also come closer. Because after all, once you have the resource, you can source whatever you want to source anywhere. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyameche. And I can see that it looks like academia is being pushed as the guilty person. But when I arrived in Ghana, one thing I saw was that, yes, research was going on here. But what happens if the research is sponsored by external funded agent? So I always tell Dr. Usam Ponsa that malaria is not in abroad, but they developed a malaria drug. And the research were done by scholars here because the money came from outside. So as we are moving, let's reflect on that one also. That majority of the good funding on KNUST, for example, is external. And the funder has an idea of what he wants from you. So the discourse will also look at that and it will guide that. Mr. Osman, based on what we've done today.
Let me react to your point.
Thank you.
Yes, most of these research are funded by external sources. Have we had any discussion like this? Have you ever come across a problem, societal problem in Ghana, and you've asked anybody here to fund it? I was going around, I was talking to some of the students outside. But the challenge we have here is somebody may come out with a project, which is very, very good. At some point, we decided to create something we called angel projects, where, like it happens in the Silicon Valley and elsewhere, people come out with projects and industry partner them. But here, let me talk to any of the guys outside and say, okay, fine, your project is very good. I want to partner you. But since I'm the one going to fund it, maybe I'll take 60%.
Okay.
The guy would directly say no. And then the project now do meanwhile, I'm the one taking the risk. So it's the same thing with your research and stuff. Maybe from outside, nobody will ask any questions. But if I'm funding it, I may ask questions.
Thank you. Mr. Osman.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. For me, it's always a privilege to come back to academia. I'm actually a child of this soil, brought up here, schooled here. And anytime I come back to KNUST, it's like I'm getting lost in my own community. Congratulations to the organizers of this program and to BSU. I've had the opportunity of
Mr. Osman, can we please give a round of applause? I think we are, yes. Thank you, Mr. Osman.
I've actually had the opportunity of being part of BSU programs. And it's like anytime you come, there's something new, to learn or to pick home. Congratulations to Professor Bedu and the team. Talking about academia-industry relation, collaboration, I see it in two phases. There's a popular saying that if Muhammad does not go to the mountain will come to Muhammad. I think industry sometimes will have to pick certain issues to academia and say, we need results, we need findings on these particular issues. And again, even without industry, academia has been in the research business for years. And I want to reiterate the comment of my elder brother, Mr. Kwesinya Miche, that research findings from academia should be accessible to industry. If they are accessible, I think that some of these gaps we are seeing will be bridged. How do we make it accessible? I think there should be a common platform between academia and industry, periodic meetings where we can share ideas. And these are very important things that I think if we are able to pick them, we'll bridge the gap. One thing that when the special guest of honor, my brother from the Chamber of Commerce was talking, he was listing a number of companies that have collapsed. In fact, I want to believe that a lot of companies have collapsed because of lack of research. And again, we owning our own research findings. Most of the times, sorry to put it, our research findings are foreign-based. I searched it here on the internet and this thing. And to be honest with you, most of these internet research findings are meant to cripple Africa. And so we want to plead with academia. If I'm able to make this statement and I don't make any other statement, I think I will be happy that Ghanaian academia should own their own research work. A typical example is egg. I'm just giving this small instance. Today, there's a research that don't eat egg. The next day, there's a research that, oh, the white one is okay, don't eat the yolk. The next time, there's a research that the yolk is better than the white one. The next time, there is a research that you should eat egg. And these are deliberate efforts to cripple our industry players. And we want to plead with academia to come up with their own research findings that suit Ghana's economy, that suit our genes, and that suit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osman. A professor friend of mine saw a research finding that said that fufu is not good for your health. He came to my office and said, as for this death, I will die. So I think, thanks to our panel members, as I said, yes, we have panel members, but we have experienced audience among us. I don't know, whilst we're having a discussion, something came to anybody's mind that you want to come in. As much as possible, we want to hear our ladies' voices, because you can see that my panel members are basically males. So if our ladies too can help us, if anything. But we'll go on because of time. If you want to say anything, please, just draw my attention, and I will actually make a note. So with the initial thoughts, but Prof, you see, they were talking about issues of we making our research findings accessible, which is valid. How does the subscription-based policies and open access-based policies of academic journals inhibit these very proposals?
Thank you very much. So for me, I think that whether the output of our research are accessible or not, depends on the type of research that we did. So for instance, if the whole research is initiated in collaboration with industry, certainly, yes, as an academic requirement, everybody wants to publish in a high impact journal, but have we also considered other forms of dissemination? If AGI funds a research, certainly if you are communicating findings of the research, you have your peer review journals, but certainly there should be other means of communication to the partners, to the community that you did the research in. So I think that it's a matter of looking at the options available to us when it comes to dissemination of our findings and deciding which particular option targets which particular stakeholder. You do not expect the smallholder farmer in Ejurasich Odumase, whose data you are using for your publication, to go and access what? Emerald or Sage. No, he doesn't even know, he doesn't even care. But how do you go back to the community to do stakeholder engagement, to communicate to them what you found out? And so I think that it's a matter of we deciding which option goes forward and doing that in collaboration with industry. With that said, I would want to say, in reaction to the earlier point, that it is not as though academia decides to do its own stuff. The point is that all these findings that my brother was talking about, it is confusing. We all get confused. But the point is, like you made a point, every founder has requirements. So if we want local-based research, have we also decided that as an organization, as an association, would we commit resources in working with the researchers, in working with industry? Because at the end of the day, we stand to benefit. If I say we, industry benefits. Because I will applaud in the agricultural space, from to come to our college, there are certain organizations who consistently, over the past 10 years, 15 years, have been working with departments in the college. And at the end of the day, they tend to benefit from the high quality of graduates that we produce for them, from the output of the research. So I feel that we need to work together, decide on identification of the problem and how to go about solving them through research. In that way, we end up making the most impact because the problem that originated the research is actually based in a particular organization. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mr. Yameche, I think we've looked at the problems, but within the Ghanaian context, I know we have young business people, scholars here. What are the opportunities for innovation, research, and commercialization, and to build partnership between scholars and the industry? What are the available opportunities?
Thank you, Doc. I also want to say I'm a student, former student of KNUST-TEK. Like he said, I also schooled here. I did engineering, first degree. I left KNUST in 1994. Doc, there are lots and lots of opportunities out there. I was speaking to an Indian friend, and he said he wondered why Ghanaians travel abroad to find menial jobs out there to do. There are lots of opportunities. The challenge has always been startup. When you come out of school, to start up a business has always been difficult. People have ideas. There are lots of ideas out there, but funding has always been challenging. And that's why some of us are preaching partnerships. If students come out with ideas and they are ready to partner and ready to share, because I think when Chamber of Commerce man was, my senior brother was making a presentation, and he was my senior anyway. I was informed too when he was in Upper Six, same school. We all attended Kumasi Academy. He said something about that. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and all those things didn't just come up and became who they are, but some people bought into the idea. I'm one of the first graduates of Stanford University program we're doing in Ghana here. And they introduced us to this concept of, what do you call it, equity and partnership kind of thing. So they should inculcate that in them. Elsewhere, entrepreneurship is even taught at lower levels. So when you are growing up, you know the risk you face and the challenges you're going to go through, and you know how to share. So I think the best is for people to get the concept of sharing, and they can grow. Most of us, like, I think he also said the same thing, that most companies have gone down. Has always, most of them are because of succession plan. Right now, I don't know if I should leave the scene, who takes over. But Indians are good at building companies beyond them. Other people have done so well. But we don't do that. So succession plan should also be something we have to look at to make sure when we leave the scene, the company doesn't die with us.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Osman, I think I'll repeat the question with you. I want to know, what are the opportunities for innovation and research commercialization in Ghana? Do you have any idea of what are some of the opportunities?
Thank you very much. I think there are a lot of opportunities, both for industry players and people in academia. One thing I see as being the cause of the gap is, excuse me in my description, that most of our industry players, excuse me to say, lack that education. When I say they lack that education, it does not mean they are not educated. But most of the people that move out to start their own businesses don't have the requisite knowledge in starting business. They have the passion, they are interested, they've mobilized some capital, they start. And so when they begin to roll and they achieve one or two successes, the business is in his pocket, he's paying utility bills from there, he's paying workers from there, he's giving chop money from there. And then before you realize, the business begins to go down. One thing academia did, which I respect so much, was the introduction of internship. Students going to industry for internship. When I was a student here and I did my internship, I was asked to identify a problem with that industry, bring back a report on that problem, and suggest ways of solving those problems. My question is, what does academia do with those findings? Behind the intern or the student, do they go back and engage industry players and say that this is what our student or our intern discovered? We hope in the next 2 years, the next intern will not discover this same problem. If we are beginning to do this, then industry will have a lot of confidence in academia, and then they will be bringing issues for academia to research into and bring back solutions. So I think if we are able to strengthen the collaboration, and industry sees the relevance, sorry for my description if it's offensive, sees the relevance of academia in moving their industry forward, I believe industry players will be trooping into academia to help them solve these problems. Issues of unemployment is a bit, I don't want to go there. But then one comment I want to make is research findings. What do we do with research findings? My elder brother was talking about partnership and the fact that sometimes even the ratio becomes an issue, and therefore keep your business, I also keep my finding or my result. But then that is where IP plays a very important role, intellectual property. Because one thing is that if you have researched and you have a finding or you have a result and you are going to pilot it, and you are begging me to open my doors for you as an industry player for you to come and pilot, you forget about the risk I am also taking in allowing you to come and pilot your research finding. And so at the end of the day, after piloting it, there should be some kind of agreement to make sure that I don't give it out. You are secured with your, property. You have the right. At the end of the day, how do I also benefit? And if you are going to give it to me at an expensive price, then nobody will go in for that. So I think we should strengthen the collaboration, and both industry and academia can explore a lot of opportunities. I see a lot of opportunities, but it depends on how strong the collaboration becomes. Thank you.
I think I'll go to my highly learned audience to see if anybody has any comment on the opportunities available for promoting. All right, we can go on. I'm happy Mr. Osman talked about internship, but I think I'm happy there is also innovation in this. I'm the internship coordinator of my department, and whenever students call me that, planning officers say there is no space in their offices, so they cannot admit students, as in I get confused. Because the work of a planner is not at the office. This is a country where we don't even have spatial mapping of business opportunities. And you have a student who can use the smartphone to pick GIS data for you. He comes to your office and you say there is no available space. So that's why I was questioning that as we build bridges, we should also look at two ways. Because there are opportunities to use these students at a cheaper cost for your production whilst they learn. But here is the case, students are going for internship and they are being turned away. So we should also look at the other side, and I'm happy my good senior brother Sir Stephen is here. We should look at that. It's cheap. Well, KNUST alone has given Ghana almost over 20,000 students who could be used as cheap labor for industrial growth. And we are getting reports that there are no office space. So we should look at that area too very well. Prof,
it's not always that industry don't want to take the students on internship. I also lead AGI in this with KNUST. And personally, I have 8 students from KNUST at my plant right now. By the way, my company is Vesta Oil Mills. Premium Foods is here. It's Vesta Oil Mills. We are the largest processor of soya beans in the country at the moment. So it's not always that. But depending on the place, the site where the company is, these guys who are doing internship at my place are being housed. They are being housed there. Depending on how many people I can accommodate, I may not be able to take more. So it's not that industry normally says we don't have space. That is what happens.
Yeah. Mr. Emeji, I get you. You are doing well. But as I said, the report was that I even called one this morning. They said there is no space. And I told, okay, let's wait for service personnel to go so that they start next month. So thank you very much for admitting our students. I know you very well. But Prof, you will see that your question is shifting to the role of academia more. So your question is going to look at how should KNUST strategically position its promotion criteria so that it can bridge the gap between academia and industry.
Thank you very much. So I think that we need to start from the basis. And as a university, as part of the curriculum development, you are aware that we try to engage industry and get input from industry. And I should say that we need to probably expand the criteria used for assessment. The point is, it appears the university doesn't care. Anything you do outside these things, it scores few points. Yes. The commitment that you need. And I made a point earlier on that it is far cheap to engage industry. Yes, Mr. Nyamiche, Vesta, Premium Foods, Yedens, these are partners who have been with the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources for a very long time. And they are willing to, but sometimes there's also a limit that they can engage us. So I feel that constant engagement where we invite them, and for me, a semester will not pass without inviting somebody to come and give a lecture on a particular topic in my class. And usually when they come, you tend to use that as a basis for cementing a long-lasting relationship. And we as a department, we need to formalize these engagements. For the past 30 years, I've done it, but the point is there any documentation? Yeah. We need to escalate it to a level where now the department now owns it, the faculty now owns it, the college now owns it. And the person who serves as a liaison in this whole arrangement should be recognized. Publication is good. To the scientific community is good. But what about to the other community? If I say the other community, the non-scientific community, how do we acknowledge the efforts that are put in by these individuals, the internship coordinators? I know people who...
Prof, let me sound controversial a little. Are you saying that our research audience, our target has been the scientific community?
We know. We know. I mean, how many times has the researcher who went to Takwan Swahim to collect data on something has gone back to Takwan Swahim to communicate the findings of the study? We are all aiming at high-rated journals. But how many of the indigenous in Takwan Swahim know about a journal? Just the journal, not the name of the journal, nor the particular volume, that there's something called journal. No. So we need to be realistic. We need to have them at the back of our mind after the process has ended and in the dissemination process. So I think that we all have responsibilities. But industry must also be willing to commit resources. He cited an example from outside the country. I know industries in Sweden who will give an office space simply to an MPhil student to undertake this particular research. They put that person on a stipend, which stipend is equivalent to what an average worker in that economy will get. Are we ready to invest and have the patience to see the realization of our investment? Or we have put in this, and therefore the next 3 months we must see results. So I think that it is both ways. We have a role to play as academia. Industry must also work with us to ensure that at the end of the day, the quality that we produce, whether in the form of an output of a graduate, the industry benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. As for this question, I don't know whether any of our professors has a response. Or how do we position our promotion criteria to build relationship between academia and industry? I don't know whether any of our professors also have a response to add to what my learned professor has done justice to. I'll go, but this question here, I'll need 4 audience members to respond to it. God, this is Prof. Yes, Prof.
You know, we started several years ago, is that right? And promotion criteria have revolutionized, have been turned over and over. Each time there's a review, many things are added, all right? Now, it is not absolutely true, James, that we focus on only academic journals, is that right? For we are told that for every kind of research you put in place, you must have communication channels. So your products are not going to be one type of a product, several products fashioned to meet several different stakeholders. So we are losing that bit of making sure that you distill your research findings into a form that will readily benefit the other communities, is that right? The academic discourse helps us to develop, is that right, and be able to solve other problems. It's not a linear thing. So the training process ensures that whenever you encounter a problem, you're able to apply what you've learned through your research activities, the normal processes to address any kind of a problem. But in your communication, you know that this will fit industry consumption. This will fit policy makers' consumption, and so on and so forth. That is what we are missing, I think. So we come up with only one product. So for now, I think what we can do, Dr. Chi, is that for every topic, we have different research questions that we put in place. One should be able to answer your theoretical approach to the question. One should be able to answer the policy aspect of the whole issue. One should be able to answer the industrial output that you are interested in. But I'm not sure I've solved the problem, answer the question yet. But all I know is that even the current system has provisions for these other soft products, even though they are not scored as high as what the academic or peer-reviewed so forth journal stuff. But there are opportunities for that. Now, the chairman, Linda is the vice president for UTAG right now. Is that right? What do we do? Having come here, having heard all this, how do we make proposals to make sure that those aspects become more visible? My brothers, we can do it. Is that right? So we are sure we can do it. But before I sit down, I have a question for my AGF president and the other business people. Do the business community find its responsibility with the academia to train these young people who eventually end up in your communities? You find it as a responsibility, not just sharing of what? A product. Is that right? So if you find it as a community, I think as a commitment, I think your motivation will be different. If you find it as the use of end products, your commitment will be different. Where are we? Sorry, I've changed the
Okay, so I think I'll let Mr.
Yes.
Osman.
Yes, we
Mr.
find it
Nyamete.
as a commitment. And AGI has an arrangement with College of Engineering, led by Prof. Ponyo, that we do. And that's the reason why I'm saying I have 8 students from here. I encourage all my members to take more. That is the best we could do as industry to get them. When I was here, every long vacation I was going to in fact, I did metallurgical engineering. So every long vacation I was going to the mines for industrial attachment. So before I completed school, I knew everything. I just slot into the industry straight away. So exactly the same thing I'm doing. And coincidentally, Provost is my year mate. Prof. Nyako is my year mate. The Vice Chancellor is my year mate. So I liaise very well with the university. We are trying our best because I knew what challenges some of us face when we're here, and we don't want that to be continuing. So with the opportunity that I have as the chairman of the Association of Ghana Industries, I even speak to the president in Accra to make sure students who go to Accra and Tema could join industries there and then have some industrial training also. So we are doing our best.
Mr. Osman.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one, Prof. In as much as you, in a bit, a small way, disagreed with him as to researchers aiming at high or big journals, I would also want to say that sometimes our approach, our mode of communication, because I'm looking at it from 2 ways. Feedback, which he said, that you go to a place for a research. After you've summarized or you've done your findings, do you go back to communicate to the people? That's a very important thing. The second thing I would add to that is domestication of our findings. You go to a community like, somebody give me an example, you know it best. Fanchinebra or Bodiebe Pro, whatever. And you've done your research. Are you bringing them here to speak the big English which they don't understand? Or you'd want to break things down to the level they can swallow? To be honest with you, even in Kumasi, coming from Ministry of Trade and Industry, we've done workshops and sensitization programs where we had to plead on resource persons to speak Twi. Because if you are not careful, somebody will come and dismantle his or her phone. Whilst the presentation or your talk is going on, he or she is focusing on the phone. Before you realize, because he can't brofo. And when you allow people to speak their native language, they are able to express themselves very well. And you get a very good feedback. So I think that to add to what you were saying, feedback and domestication of our findings are also very important things to put in. And then responsibility.
Distillation.
Good. So that those who are see that get the information really as it's true that we are focusing too much on foreign open we need to put all together. I also bring that down to the research. Whatever you end up must be a certain component that will benefit the wide spectrum of the stakeholders. That's my point.
Thank you. I think we are all on the same page, but
Thank you very
probably
much.
choosing different
Thank you
words.
very
And
much.
then coming back to interns, I'm happy the AGI chair has opened his door to receive a number of students. But then there is also a responsibility on academia on how we groom these students for internship. Because as a field man, per my mandate, I go to the field, interact with industry players, and also try to bridge the gap to some extent. There are some industry players I will have to recommend AGI, Chamber of Commerce to them because when they join these associations, it helps. There are some industry players you have to recommend the work of academia to them so they will learn to appreciate. If people are not receiving interns, it is lack of appreciation. And so what do we do for them to also appreciate what these interns come to do? Some have complained about the attitude of interns, and I think this is something academia will have to take it serious. I won't bring you to my company, and the next thing you are doing is that you are surfing your phone, and when it is full, people do this. People go and they open their laptops and they are watching movies and stuff. I think we need to sensitize them very well about the essence of going. From where I operate, I believe in stipends. You have a nephew, a niece who is coming to do an attachment with you.
Oh, then I'll come for internship at your place.
And once in a while, take this for TNT. Once in a while, take this for a lunch. It's part of our culture. You are blessing somebody of a lower rank, believing that God will bless you. However, when the interns put it at the back of their mind that I'm supposed to be paid, think of it that the industry player is also thinking that I am coming to teach you the practicality of the theory you are doing. So your university or you yourself were supposed to pay me. So where do we put the balance? I don't know whether you are getting me.
Yes, sir.
So in sensitizing the students, attitude plays a very important role in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osman. And you are highlighting an important point that I think all professors here have started telling our students. But I think what you highlighted is a national problem. We've commercialized everything, including the blessings of God. So we are raising the next generation where they don't believe in mentorship to build ourselves for the future. So this problem you highlighted goes beyond academia. It's a national problem. Because I learned from the late Bika Noenim not thinking of money. And at a tender age, I've worked on World Bank project and other things. I was telling some students that is where I learned planning. So I think it's a valid point, but we have a national problem where gradually we are commercializing everything as a country.
I call it the over-monetarization of things. Everything money. Almost every office you enter, you need to pay money before you receive service. Somebody is sitting there being paid. Your tax is being used to pay the person. And yet you still need to pay the person or tip the person before something. I think there's a problem.
Even the word of God. The word of God.
I think the moderator must get down because I have, and I've not forgotten about you. I'll come there.
Thank you very much to our panelists, our panel members for the good job. I wanted to speak to the internship. You have raised very, interesting and truthful concerns. But what I wanted to, when I was in the university and I was going on internship, we were very few. I think we were just about 11 to about 22 in a class, right? And this is a case, the final years, I just thought, they are about 300, right? Yes. So when they were in the third year, they had to go on internship. And typically, how many mining companies do we have in Ghana which can accommodate all of these interns, right? And so sometimes they have to turn them down. But I have the suggestion. I don't know if it can go out that, okay, we have about 8 weeks. Can we accommodate them in batches? You understand? So if you can take 8, for instance, these 8 would come for 2 weeks. And then another 8 will then come. And then another 8. That one, at least it would help us to also, and help in grooming all these young people in building strong universities. Apart from that, I think that our interns always think that internship is about being with the, huge companies around. And I have tried very much to, diffuse some of these ideologies among my students and also those that I mentor. So, you being the president of API, for instance, I would like to suggest... AGI, thank you very much. AGI, I would like to suggest that if you can bring some of these smaller, enterprises in the same area under you, bring them under that umbrella, so that now you will take the chunk of the students we have and then now distribute them among these people. These enterprises, it would help them to learn. I told my interns, it is okay to go and study as a metallurgist with somebody who is just repairing phones. Pick up, in fact, even interpersonal relationships that you would pick up from such a person would be amazing, and it will help you in your grooming. So these are areas that I think we can consider when we want to talk about internship. And then the second thing I want to talk about is, I love our president's speech on all the collapsed industries. The question is, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yes, that's a question. What are we doing? Are we just going to keep it in addresses all the time? Because this is not the first time I am hearing. Has anybody tried to put together a team to go there and then assess the state of these collapsed companies? Those who have gone ahead of us, put up buildings and all, can we assess the state? Try to now evaluate it in terms of monetary, area. Okay, what can we do about these things? While I was sitting there, all that came into my head was, okay, the next time my students are going on field trips, we are going to visit the collapsed industries. If we visit the collapsed industries and you go and see it, and you will not sit up, then it is up to us. I think that it is about time we put teams together, and I am happy to be a part of that. I don't know how I can start, because sometimes I don't have all the money, but I think that we can start from somewhere. We can put a team together and then move. Thank you.
I've been tagged by dog spirit. But it looks like her question suits well with our concluding question. So we are going to look at that. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I think I am privileged to come from academia and industry, because I just received my promotion as a senior lecturer at Ghana Baptist University College. And very soon I'll be done with my PhD. So that is why I'm able to blend a lot of things. I think promotion, as he asked, should be based on most of the time, you are community service. Because during my promotion, it came out to light that I'm doing a lot of community service. So that formed part of my promotion. So when you are in the industry and at the same time academia, you are able to do a lot. And I was happy to hear a phone call from 4 of my students in the UK and other places. You help us a lot. There was a course that I introduced, personal development at Ghana Baptist University College. And a lot of the students took advantage of that. They are creating their businesses. A lot of them. Without money, ground zero. Because you don't need money to start a business. All you need is Deuteronomy 8:18. It's God who gives you the power to create wealth and to establish his governance. God didn't give you money to create wealth. So that is also part of it. And then I also apply everything that I learn. Because I look after myself from class 1 to this level. And I have a proof for that. I'm a cane basket weaver. That's why I said you always have to combine education with work. That is the surest way of collaborating between industry and academia. That is very important. When you are going to school, don't say I'm going to school up to 40 years and you are still going to school. You have to engage with the cocoa seller, with the kalawole seller and everything. That is also a job. And then try to formalize that business. And that will help you. And then we also need people who have work ethics. I think I mentioned them. You have to learn good corporate governance, best practices, inculcate all these into the businesses. When you are able to do that, then sustainability of the business is very important. And finally, one thing that I learned in US and I applied, even before I came here, I have started that business, mystery shopping. I was helping some people, some banks, customer service, a lot of things that were going on, poor customer service. And I can be there and even interviewing people at work, maybe product knowledge, etc. When I call the phone and they ring 3 times and you don't pick it, that means you are not doing a good job. Then I'll give you 0. So when I was doing that, some banks became very serious and the employees sat down. So when I came, then immediately the bank in my town called me, oh, come and be a director, Jabirura Bank. And I am always doing research and a lot of things like mystery shopping. You are there and you are working, and I will be recruiting some of my students to come and interview and find out, and then we give you some marks, and you don't know where these are coming from. So I think these are some of the ways that we can sustain our businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, Doc. Can I react to the ladies?
Why not, sir?
Thank you. You spoke about some metallurgists not getting enough gold mining and all those places to go to an attachment. And some students looking to work in big industries and stuff like that. Why are we not conglomerating the smaller companies to get them spaces? I'm glad to say I'm taking batches of 3 this year. So first batch 6 weeks, another batch 6 weeks, another batch 6 weeks. That's my arrangement with the College of Engineering, and not only the engineering students, but I have a whole lot of students at my place right now. Some petroleum engineering, some petrochemical, they are all there. So it's not that students do, or maybe they don't want to go to places, or some industries don't want to take them. But one advice that I will give to students of metallurgy and staff is to take advantage of working in goldsmith, these goldsmith people, and beads industry, for example. They are all metallurgy. And with your academic knowledge, you could do sometimes even better than what I don't know whether I should say the artisans are doing. And you can add a bit of touch to it. By the time you come out of school, you have a business already. But students wouldn't like that. These days, the mobile phone students that are coming up don't want to use their hands to work. But these are places they could do better industrial attachment. So they could learn from there. So I advise your students to take that. It will help. I mean, we all know the number of students coming out. When I was here, we're 10 in class. We're 10 in class. Myself and Professor Dakwa at the Chemical Engineering Department. He was my mate. We're 10 in class. Ask him. So job wasn't a problem. When we finished school, we didn't even do national service in the classrooms. Straight to mines. But these days, you won't get it that way. So the students coming up, please take it and know. And one last thing I want to say is develop your passion. The opportunities we are talking about is coming from the passion that you have. Develop your passion. I did metallurgical engineering. I gave myself 10 years to work in the industry and work for myself. That was my principle. I've always wanted to work for myself. So I started working. When I had the opportunity to stay at Bibiani Gold Mine, where I could go up on the ladder, I chose to go on expatriation, where I could make money so I can work for myself. That was my policy, because I always wanted to work for myself. So I'm now doing vegetable oil, a metallurgist. Instead of extracting gold, I'm extracting oil. You understand? So have a passion, develop your passion, and it could become a big business for you.
Thank you very much. Whenever I'm moderating events, I look at the eyes of my audience. And the fact that you are still happy means that our panel members have done a good job. Now, I'm going to end this section with one last question. We've identified the opportunities, the challenges, the barriers. But the question is, how do we get there? The question is, as a nation, which policies and strategies should we put in place? The question is, what can I do? What can you do? What can our universities do? What can our industries do? So I want our panel members to end our section by addressing this important question, the how question. I'm going to start as usual from Prof. Then I go to Mr. Nyamiche, then I come to my good friend, whom I know very well, Mr. Osman.
All right, thank you very much.
We met somewhere, but I can't remember. I'm trying to remember.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I think that we need to understand and accept that we have a responsibility as industry players and as academia. We have a responsibility to work together for the greater good of the students we train and churn out, and also of the country. Prof. Abedu asked whether they see it as a responsibility. It has to be a responsibility. At the end of the day, we all stand to benefit. So I think that we must accept it as a responsibility. On the matter of attitude of the students who come for internships, see, it is a national problem. The average youth you see these days will spend about 80% of their time on phone. But I know of certain students who were like that. They have been to certain organizations for internship, and they came back changed. Why? Because the rules of engagement in those settings did not allow that. So in terms of working on the attitude, I also think that it's a shared responsibility. The numbers that we handle these days is overwhelming. I have a class and there are about 900. So you see, you cannot, as one person, try to work on people's attitude, but you have 8 students with you. You can change them in batches. So within one internship period, you have trained, you have given them skills, and also worked on the attitude. The second thing is that I think as a university, we must have some of these engagements quite often. I mean, it is okay that at individual level, at some departmental levels, these engagements go on. But I think that we must make it more institutionalized, we must make it more formal, and then these engagements should be very periodic, very more frequent than it's been. Because the more we meet, the more the problems come to bear, and the more together we think of solutions. I also think that when it comes to how we disseminate the findings that emanate from industry, the university must make conscious effort to accept that this is part of the responsibility. Because if I publish a paper which is rated very high, but there's nothing that motivates me to want to add go the extra mile of, like Prof. Abedu put it, distilling the research and making sure that it gets to the very respondents that I engage, then I can just decide to end it at the point where I've gotten the promotion, I have gotten the papers published. But if there is an incentive to go the extra mile, then it gets to a point people will be highly motivated to go down and disseminate the findings. The last thing I also want to say is that industry must be willing to invest a little in this engagement. If I say investment, I'm not just talking about investing physical or hard cash. Investing time, investing space, investing to accommodate our students. And there are industry players whom, when you invite to campus, no matter what you do, they will not accept a penny. Fuel, they will not fill any form. And they say that this is their investment in the training of the student. And I think that when we have those engagements and those commitments more often, it gives us the motivation to want to go on further. But industry must also understand that there is a new crop of business people coming up who understand partnership. And therefore, if you have any problem that confronts your industry, I think that depending on the sector you find yourself, you can easily reach out to the responsible college, or you reach out to the Center for Business Development, and they'll be willing to partner industry in coming up with a solution and seeing how we can commercialize this solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Nyameche.
Yeah, we are in serious collaboration with Councillor. He's not here. He's at the Business Incubation Center. Akumia, thank you. So we are working with him. I would say, yes, you mentioned policy. I think in terms of policy, industries, our policy is just simple. We're looking for profit. So anything that will give us profit is our policy. Yes, Prof, yes. But I think this one is, unfortunately, we don't have media here, but it's government. The government policy in the country doesn't support industrialization at all. I mean, government speaks about students coming out of school, going into entrepreneurship, industrialization and all that. But the policy in the country doesn't support that at all. Our policy supports buy and sell. Koton, nebeton, and the policy never support. That is what we had to hammer seriously, because, if I tell you my challenges, for example, even recently the way the GRA and all those people are, because government need money, harassing industries and stuff. Occasionally, Yoko coming in. Then, if my son listens to me, see how frustrated I am, I come home and all that, he will tell me, Daddy, I don't think this is the way for me. So, in terms of policy, yes, Mahmuda is here. Tell government that they should make good trade policies to help local industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mahmuda is here, but Mahmuda is not a politician. I think he is more connected to the politicians than I am. Because he's an industry player, and one way or the other, they will need him for sponsorship. But I'm a civil servant, and per the regulations of the civil service rule, you can't do politics even though you vote. So we'll put it by way of reporting that this is what is expected. Now, coming to the way forward, I think that altogether, industry, academia, citizens, whatever, there should be that conscious effort that we are building this country together. It doesn't hang on only academia. Neither does it hang only on industry, but we are building it together. And if we have this consciousness, then we say, where do we start? Earlier on, I said that there should be a common platform for all stakeholders, and that is very important. Prof has reiterated the need for regular engagement. These are very important things we need to put in place moving forward. Now, when it comes to academia-industry relation, it's a two-way affair. Earlier on, I said. But I want to plead with academia to see it that they have a bigger responsibility for two ways. There could be more, but I'm mentioning two. One, because of our interns, the students we are grooming and selling them to the world, we will be happy and proud to say that, yes, I trained this student, I taught this student. And so we should take much interest in what we are selling to the world. And for that reason, if industry for one reason or the other is not coming forward, I think as academia has a double responsibility to move forward. The second one has to do with presentation of our research findings. Because we have something, and industry needs to know what academia has. So it's like having a product you are selling. Definitely you should have a strategy of marketing it and developing the confidence of your potential buyers in what you have. And I want to plead with academia to take up this responsibility. The next thing I want to talk about is branding. The quality of students we present for internship. There should be a time where we can say that I won't send you for internship because the attitude you put up in this class, if you are not careful, you will go and disgrace us somewhere. When I was
unfortunately, the university will go viral.
When I was in secondary school, there's a teacher that did something so amazing. To date, I met him in town with his wife. And after greeting him, I told the wife, your husband is a very good man. If I'm here today, he's part of the people that brought me this far. I'm a student of TEK. And Professor Boateng, I think some of you may know him. He later on moved to teach at the university, natural resources. He was organizing extra classes. And he would tell people that come. And some people had money to pay. He said, no, I won't take your money. I don't want to teach you. And some of us at that time didn't have money. He said, you're a serious student. Come, I'll teach you. And in that extra classes, he taught some people for free. And others who had money to pay, he said, I won't take your money because you are not a serious student. I want the serious students to teach them so that they will go out and come up with the results. So I think we should have a way of branding our students that we send for internship so that it will make industry develop a high interest in interns and even the graduates we bring out. Because at the end of the day, if he's the industry player is the one coming to train them, how would they, appreciate what we are giving? Another thing I want to say is that I almost want to believe that as Ghanaians, we have become our own enemies. We are not seeking the interest of each other. Everybody is seeking his or her own. And I think it is not really helping us as a nation. Let's learn to be nationalistic. He's talking about policies not favoring industrialization. Meanwhile, on paper, in plan, we have very beautiful policies that could have industrialized this country. I've worked on one typical example I can talk about is One District, One Factory. I've worked on One District, One Factory since its inception. And I've always had the belief that if this policy was implemented to achieve about 70-80% success, we would have changed the economic situation of this country. But you see, everybody is seeking their own. It is this party that brought it. I won't support it. So you have people in the banks frustrating it. You have people in government institutions frustrating it. And then within the same household that even is supposed to push it, somebody says, I belong to this side. Another person says, I belong to that side. So at the end of the day, a beautiful structure comes crashing down because we are all seeking our individual interest, which is not helping. Let's start from somewhere. Maybe we can start from this room. Let's seek the interest of Ghana. Let's seek each other's interest, and together we can build a better country for ourselves. Thank you very much.
All too soon, our section has ended, but very vital comments, the how. Of course, a student of policy. I teach policy, but still a student of policy, because we still learn policy. You don't stop learning policy. If you don't create a conducive environment, potentials will be lost. And I know that our professors here know that we have students who had nothing doing, but they went somewhere and they excel. And the question is, what is the difference? The difference is the environment. Both industry and academia, and even those in the political hierarchy has a role in creating the environment for this to be achieved. The next thing, you pick KNUST. So many potentials. Prof will attest to that. So we talked about commercialization. Somebody may be in the engineering, but you could get somebody in School of Business to help you with the commercialization bits of your research idea. Somebody in law will help you with the legal basis of the patency. And one thing that CREF brought that I loved was to be able to work with other scholars in other areas. It was a learning point, and that is where the world is. So I think that as a university, we've not taken advantage of the opportunities we have to achieve this goal. And I think what CREF started, what BSU has started, the university should pick it up and build it further. When I was teaching in Canada, I had the engineering students coming into my planning course, something like Introduction to Planning. Because you need to plan to do everything. So Introduction to Planning was not a planning program. It was something that people were coming. So as a university, we can move forward, and we've started. The next one is about the product. I agree. But in planning for education, they say we have the needs-based education and the talent-based education. As a country, we focused on the A's and the first class to the neglect of the value system, the ethics, the professionalism, the personal development. Why are businesses collapsing? Well, we have so many young people who are inheriting their father's businesses, who knows how to spend money but not to create wealth. And that is the reality. So we need to work on the attitude through the educational system, and the university is trying its best. But trust me, if you want to get the right attitude, start from the basic school. So as a nation, we have to look at our policy very well. Once again, the environment. As I end, I think that I was confused and a little bit afraid when they asked me to wear the high heel of Mrs. Linda Ofori. Well, I didn't know how I was going to do the moderation. But my panel members and audience have done a splendid job. So can we please give them a round of applause as we end?
Is that what we could do for Stephen and his panel members? I must say that Stephen has worked very well in my high heels. So my pastor once said he gets surprised when he sees ladies walking in high heels. How we manage to walk, he doesn't understand, but we are able to walk and still tiptoe even in high heels. But Stephen, you have done well. I think I should buy you a pair of high heels. So the discussion has been good. I wish we wouldn't end because the discussion was going very nicely, and I was also having my engagement with a gentleman at the back. So I think that this whole discourse of academia and industry, I believe that, like Stephen said in his closing remarks, should start from basic school. I think that sometimes our culture has also had a lot of influence on us. But as for students, an internship and phone is another thing. It's all like this. And the next one is this one, and that one. And they sit the whole day and do nothing. The work is passing, the opportunity is passing, and they forget that they are being watched by their supervisors. And I think that maybe going forward, the university should incorporate some point system to their internships, so that when you bring your internship report to your internship officer or the vacation training officer, you are given some credits for what you did based on the report. Maybe when students realize that when you go for internship, you get an A in internship, even if it has 2 credits, it boosts your average. They probably will take internship seriously. But ladies and gentlemen, for our students who are here, you are very lucky. You are privileged to have been here at such a time as this, to hear all of this wise counsel that has been given. Please let's give it up for our panel members and the moderator. So right about now, we have innovation pitches by our exhibitors. So we have some members that have exhibited their product. What we want to do in the next 1 hour is to allow them time to pitch. So when we're talking about pitching, you are just coming to tell us what you have in just a very short time and why we should visit your stand. Do you agree with me that we do that? So people have put their hands to work. They've come up with products. We want to give each Each group, 2 minutes. So within 2 minutes is what we call elevator speech. So you met the CEO of Ghana Cocoa Board in your attempt to get onto the lift in the Cocoa Board building. Within that short time from the ground floor to the 8th floor, you need to tell the CEO something. 2 minutes is what we have to give each of them. That is not the time you are going to say, sir, you see, I went to KNUST and say I did this. By the time you were like King Kong, the elevator has stopped. So please sift out all the information and come and tell us what you have in 2 minutes. So we'll call in order as they were given by the organizers. So we have EO1 or Group 1, and this will be done by Emmanuel Nimo. So if Emmanuel Nimo is here, it's like I've taken you out of your... Are you ready to tell us what you have? You are ready? 2 minutes. So Emmanuel, please come. You take the microphone. So whilst Emmanuel is... Hello. Whilst Emmanuel is on, Dennis, Nakai, Anand, you also get ready. So you have 2 minutes to tell us what
Thank you very
have.
much. Please, my name is Anonimo, and I'm from EcoPlus Energy. EcoPlus Energy is a firm that recycles plastic products to viable economic force such as gasoline, petrol, diesel, and gas. Plastic waste has become one of the global challenges the world is facing now, and the world has been putting measures in place to solve plastic problems. In Ghana here, almost everywhere, plastic has been disturbing us, especially in our oceans, in our lakes, our landfill sites. If cannot take in, maybe the plastic in the ocean will be more than the fishes, and that has been proved by so many institutions. So as intellectual, I and my team seek that we are going to find a solution to that by recycling these plastic waste to economic force such as petrol and diesel. And this has social impact and economic impact, and we are going to make sure that the economic impacts are going to be up so that it's going to solve unemployment issues and plastic waste issues in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Dillis, no, I think that you have microphones. You can just press the button on your microphone so we save time. So we are in Parliament today.
Thank you very much. My name is Dillis Nakai Anand. I'm representing the Smart Greenhouse Project. So currently around the world, we hear of food crisis in various parts of the world. Some of this is due to loss of land, which in Ghana we can see is being caused by galamsey, and other issues like trade-related policies and urban expansion. So some countries like Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands, and China have invested heavily in greenhouse farming and vertical farming, combined with computer technology to boost agricultural products and exports. And Ghana is adopting that policy with our greenhouse initiative, which led to the installation of the greenhouse village at Dowenya in 2020. But we are lacking in the absence of computer technology in managing these greenhouses, because we can see from the countries I mentioned before that including computer technology in these greenhouses helps to boost production. So that's what our Smart Greenhouse Project seeks to address, using an IoT system connected to a mobile app to remotely control and monitor the greenhouse system. Now, with our app, just with internet connection at your greenhouse and on your mobile device, you can not only view conditions in the greenhouse like temperature and soil moisture, but you can turn on and off the ventilation and irrigation systems. You can also schedule irrigation for your greenhouse. Our system is not here to replace the role of the greenhouse farmer or attendant, but to take care of repetitive tasks like irrigation so that they can focus more on improving the breeds of crops in their greenhouses. So our plan is to be part of modern practices in managing greenhouses in Ghana. You can visit our stand to experience the smart greenhouse system.
Thank you very much, Dillis. Kusi Lord Kwame, I think Daniel should get ready. Daniel Yawadaidia. and then Alexander will follow. So Kusi Lord Kwame.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So, okay. So during my 2 years stay at my hostel, there was one problem that continuously persisted. That was that the polytank was always overflowing, and this caused a lot of issues. And I'm sure a lot of us have seen that. So there were times where I had to manually go and turn off the water pump to make it stop overflowing because I was on the ground floor. So after the overflow, there are pools of stagnant water left that breeds mosquitoes. And one other issue related to this was the hostel didn't actually know when the polytank was like empty. So if, let's say for that day, the porter forgets to turn on the pump, there's no water. So with my team and I, we are building a smart microcontroller-based system where we can actually have an auto cutoff feature and a water purity sensor. So when it reaches the maximum threshold in the polytank, the water level, it cuts off. And it's able to also check the water purity if it's safe for consumption. And we believe so much that this goal would help with the SDG Goal 6, which is clean water and sanitation. And one last feature in our system is we actually have a real-time analytics platform where you're able to see the pH values per a time frame, so you know that the water is good for consumption. Yes.
Wow. Thank you very much. Daniel Yao Adai. I think people are doing some good research. Daniel, where are you?
Hello.
Okay.
Right. Good afternoon. So I'm Seth Komna-Mensah, representing Progbia. And then we are presenting on the Tomb of Unknown Slave, which is a memorial. Tomb of Unknown Slave.
Unknown Slave?
Yeah. Ooh. Which is a memorial theme park that highlights the history and then the culture that happened during the transatlantic slave trade era. So we are saying that all those who come into this theme park, you get to learn the torture, the suffering that our ancestors went through during that era. So we have various spaces within the theme park that you get to experience how our ancestors went through during the slave trade era. So this is just to educate people about the history, the culture, and then education as well about the slave trade era that happened in Ghana. Thank you.
Brilliant. Slave trade. I think that we need to visit their stands. And all this pitching we are doing is just to excite your interest to visit the stands of these persons and groups of people so that we would get abreast with the findings of their study and the outputs that they have made. Alexander Marfo, and then Grace will follow. So group EO5 and EO6.
Yes, so...
EO5?
Yes.
Good.
So we are presenting a project titled Ebusiafie.
Ebusiafie?
Yes, please.
Whoa.
So...
How many of us know our Ebusiafie? You know what Ebusiafie is? You know what Ebusiafie is? I've seen some people shake their head. Who do you know Ebusiafie? Do you know your hometown? I met a student, I asked, where do you come from? He mentioned he comes from somewhere. Have you been there before? So Ebusiafie, tell us.
Yes, so basically what we are looking at is a culturally inclusive, intergenerational home. So we are taking a typical compound house within the Ashanti region, and we are looking at ways, or we have looked at a way to reconfigure it to address certain issues when it comes to privacy, when it comes to responsibility among the shared spaces such as kitchen, bathroom, etc. So we split the units, or we split a typical compound house, we broke it apart, and then we reconfigured it to create a court within a court concept, so that if an individual would want a little bit more privacy, they can engage within their inner courtyard But if they would like to engage with other households in the same compound, they can do that as well. So basically, it helps to foster selective participation. So what we are doing with our project is also promoting the use of sustainable materials with the focus on daylighting and then also natural ventilation. And essentially, we are trying to see how we can make the compound house or Ebusiafe like a more sustainable approach. So we call Ebusiafe the home of the future.
The home of the future, Ebusiafe, is a modernized Ebusiafe, because the Ebusiafe I know is everybody's business, is everybody's business. So can we have EO6, Grace Yakubu, and then Regina Esiming will follow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could tell you the number of young girls and women who migrate from the northern aspect of the country to the southern aspect of the country in search of menial jobs to support themselves and also to be able to provide the basic educational needs for their families.
Okay, so speak loudly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could tell you the number of young girls and women who migrate from the northern aspect of the country to the southern aspect of the country in search of menial jobs. Okay. In search of menial jobs in order to support their families and also to be able to provide the basic educational needs of their children. However, these women and girls become victims of teenage pregnancies, and also some of them become victims of school dropouts. So we also realize that in the northern aspect of the country, women pick nuts and sell it at low prices to buyers because they are in haste to continue supporting the family. So realizing this problem, we have come to create a community-based enterprise with these people to process this nut into shea butter products, which is good for consumption as well as cosmetic products, in order to create economic opportunities for these people instead of allowing them to migrate from the northern aspect to the southern aspect and exposing them to negative vices of the society. So we hope to curb all of these actions by creating economic opportunities for them through the processing, the packaging, and the distribution of shea butter products, which are both good for consumption and then for the skin as well. We hope to see you visit our stand and also purchase our products if it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So all of those of you who are in the natural gang, so the Rastafarian gang and the natural hair, I think are gentlemen. So shea butter is very good. So years ago, I remember I used to keep my hair short and natural. I didn't know the things around us were good enough for the natural hair. So after 2 years of keeping my long hair, I cut it because I was frustrated. I couldn't find anything to put in my hair. Only after cutting it, then I got to know, even the oil on top of the granite, we can put in our hair. I was so angry. So everything around us, the herbs that we eat, the natural things around us are good. So I think Grace Yakubu and the squad are doing a good job. Let's visit their stand. Is Regina Esiming ready? Whilst Regina is on, Chrislav Opoku Apia, EO8A, should get ready.
I'm Asimanin Regina, and I'm representing the NutriWave creation. We are coming your way with a breakfast meal that not only satisfies your taste buds, but also adds up to your nutritional intake. Imagine you... Sorry.
No pressure. You are doing good.
We've developed a product that is a breakfast meal from corn and 2 indigenous crops that is available and abundant in the northern sector. Even though these crops are abundant in the northern sector, but majority of the people in the northern sector are malnourished. We've developed this product, which has the motive of combating malnutrition in children and adults at large. We plan on making this product with indigenous crops that are available to them. We go back there and teach them how these products are made, so they make them from their local homes and take them, and also commercialize it for people in the urban sector to also consume. So we invite you to our stand today to help us take a step closer to a healthier tomorrow. NutriWave Creations, great taste, good nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nutrients, good food, good breakfast, not banku and tilapia in the morning, not abetie and okro in the morning. So someone told me abetie can take away, you know abetie, face the wall. They say it can eliminate malaria. Kreslav, are you ready? EO8A.
Hello.
Good.
My name is Christlove from
nice.
African Legendary. Yes, and African Legendary is a company that seeks to help the new generation of Africans learn more about their culture. So we do that through the new media, for example, social media. So every Fridays, we've taken to the habit of reading one novel from the either traditional language or English, but it has to be an African story. And also, we also make craft, African craft with historical significance. So that's what we do, and our name is African Legendary Limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christ love. Reading. So you read the book, you read the novel online or?
Yes, we read it online. It's live, so you can ask questions. It's in Fanti sometimes. Ashanti Chi too sometimes.
I love the Fanti part.
Yes, it's
there are
live.
Two languages in Ghana I love. I'm a Fanti actually.
Yes.
It's Hausa and Fanti. You know, Hausa is like they are speaking and they don't want to open their mouths. It's like, and the Fanti because of the tutors.
Okay.
So it's a podcast or?
No, for now we do it on Facebook and it's live.
Whoa.
So yes, you join, you ask questions.
I'll visit your stand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Nana Kweku Opoku EO8B, and then EO9, get ready, 10. So we are following in that order. Nana Kweku Opoku Bona.
Very uncomfortable. All right. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
I think you speak better
Hello?
when you sit.
All right, thanks. Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Nana Kweku Opoku, and I'm the lead for Swift Nano. Swift Nano is an online bus booking platform that allows students and individuals to book seats online without visiting the various terminals for their tickets. And the good aspect of it is that you don't need to have a physical ticket or any printed ticket. We're trying as much as possible to cut our waste with cutting down trees and paper emissions. So we use electronic means to take it to our customers, and you make payment and do everything online. And you can select between various providers such as VIP, STC, Metromas, OA, and the rest. We started our test with students, KNUST students. God being so good now, we are in UHAS, UCC, UPSA, and we counted other secondary schools as well. This initiative came about when I was in first year, 2017, standing on Queen's Hall, London Eye, looking down at parade grounds, looking at number of students going home stranded, finding it difficult to come by a bus. We thought of why don't we bring an innovation which will cut the stress students go through during vacation and reopening. Now I'm a graduate for more than 3 years, and Swift Nano was born 2020, April 21st. So I will entreat you to visit our stand and also visit our site on rideswiftnano.com. Thank you very much.
Wow. Innovation coming out from students. And this one is not to do any adverts. Chicken man, pizza man, all over the place. He also started on campus. So I tell people, if you want to go into industry or you want to be an entrepreneur, it doesn't take $1 million Ghana cedis. It starts from cutting down on the money we use in fixing Brazilian hair, Mongolian hair, and buying iPhones. So can we have EO9? Thank you, Nana Kweku. EO9, Ajwa Mojabi Edom, and E10.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Bonsu Ajwa, and I'm representing NutriWaves Creations. And we all can attest to the fact that there has been an increase in the prices of wheat flour importation and causing an increase in baked products. So I bring to your way non-gluten cassava cookies, which is made up of indigenous crops, and it is it's about time we utilize our indigenous crops in making of common delicacies that Ghanaian populace are accustomed to. So with this non-gluten cassava cookies, it is high in folic acid. It is being viewed as high in folic acid, proteins. It is also non-gluten, so which is making it a best option or a great option for those with dietary restrictions. Also, not only do they have these nutritional factors, but they can also be used as a nutritional intervention for the country for solving malnutrition in the Ghanaian populace. Thank you.
Continue.
Hello. Okay, thank you. So I'm Isaac Esuman from the Department of Food Science and Technology, and we are exhibiting a product known as CYP, and that is a flour innovation. So I'm sure that during the break session, we all had our snacks over there, and we ate spring rolls and meat pie, right? Okay, so, but then I don't know whether you bothered to ask yourself where we got those flours to produce the pastries that we just ate there. Is it that we should always focus on the wheat that we import into the country before we can bake these delicious snacks? No. So we are here as CYP, Flour Innovates, and we are innovating around the flour value chain to just use our local ingredients. Those are the flours from indigenous crops to prepare a composite flour that you can use and bake these snacks that you just ate during the lunch. So our product is made up of 3 composites. We've made flour from cassava, flour from yam, and flour from sweet potato. But the issue here is with the right composition. So we don't have to rely completely on the wheat. We've been able to composite it in a right ratio that can mimic the same functionality as the wheat that we import into the country. So we invite you to visit our stand there, and you can get yourself some of our products just to go and try in your various houses, and you know more import wheat to produce it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The right way to go. Let's use what we can find easily around us, not only for kokunte, but we can use it for the pastries. Growing up, all I know for cassava flour is kokunte, and I don't eat it. I wish I knew how to eat. The way they eat and enjoy, tilt their head. Anything that is pseudo fufu, I won't eat. It has to be fufu or nothing else, not brown fufu. So E11A, Bidigi Emmanuel Obeng, and then 11B, 12 will follow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm presenting on behalf of Biddy Green Ghana Limited, an emerging green energy company that uses agricultural waste into the production and distribution of charcoal for cooking and heating. Okay, so as an emerging company, we use innovative methods to address certain societal challenges such as post-harvest waste, and also the cutting down of trees for charcoal and cooking purposes. So we then come in as an innovative replacement for the wood fuel by using mechanized means to churn some of these agric waste into charcoal, which is energy efficient, it burns longer, smokeless, it has a versatile usage, and it's sustainable due to its varying raw material. So with the raw materials that we use raw materials such as coconut waste, palm kernel waste, sawdust, corn cobs, and a number of agric waste that we find we use as waste within our community. So then that is our major solution we are bringing on board as an emerging green energy company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At least we can do away with the coconut waste. Someone wanted to come and sell coconut in Africa Hall. I said, I love coconut. What I don't love is the waste that is generated. Where will you put it? So, madam, I'll go and put it at the back of the hall. I said, no quarantine, I'm in my own. So at least if green energy is coming in, I think that it will be good. Let's visit their stand. Charles Yabi, E11B, then Daniel Asante will continue. Is E11B ready?
Hi, everyone. I am a little bit of a storyteller. So in 2018, when I was in first year, I had the opportunity to visit Akumadan community, which is one of Ghana's major tomato farming communities. So while I was there, I met a 56-year-old woman who was taking us around her farm, pointing out rotten tomatoes, and sharing that she lost her crops because her buyers couldn't come on time. Her story really struck me because I grew up in a small farming village as well. And that was how we started my solution, AcoFresh. So AcoFresh is an intervention for post-harvest losses, which usually happens when farmers do not get access to preserve their crops. So we have designed a solar-powered cold storage preservation technology where farmers are able to extend shelf life of their crops from 5 days to 21 days. We store crops under environmentally controlled temperatures, which is able to reduce ethylene and then extend the shelf life of these crops. So far, we've worked with more than 250 active farmers, and our solution has benefited more than 1,200 farmers to date. We've also had the opportunity to be recognized by World Economic Forum, BBC, Global Solutions Summit in Berlin. We are looking forward to scaling our solution to other places in Ghana, and we invite you to join us as we help present our solution to impact so many farmers across Ghana and Africa. Thank you.
Wow. And we say we are not doing anything. We are doing something. Small, we'll get there. Okay, so Daniel Asante Dakwa, E12.
My name is Asante Daniel Dakwa, a student of petroleum engineering and a member of NCEL, that's Net Carbon Emission Lab at the Department of Petroleum. I, together with my team, have developed a calculator to calculate the carbon intensity of industry activities of our industry, because petroleum engineering contributes more than or close to 80% of the greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere. Greenhouse gases is a problem that is affecting the climate change. So we have developed an AI-powered software through ChatGPT that can give you mitigations to your emissions when you enter the emissions into the app. So the app is developed using a code by my team. So this app, that's basically it calculates your carbon intensity, your emissions, and gives you mitigation. Then to give you, let's say, a projection of when you meet your net zero based on your emission and based on the mitigations given to you by the AI. Thank you.
AI. That is how the world is going now, artificial intelligence. Very soon you get to the restaurant and you'll be served by a robot. Okay. So E13, can E13 get ready? Hannah up here, and then E14A, then 14B. Where is Hannah?
I'm here. I thought I said I should get ready, so I was rather waiting.
Oh no, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I love chocolate and Milo so much, and I'm sure most of you also love chocolate. But have you ever asked yourself what happens to the cocoa pod when this cocoa are being harvested for Milos and other products? I am a cocoa farmer, and I've worked with my parents for the past 15 years now. And whenever we farm, we throw away the cocoa pod. Yeah, I'm not young. I'm 25, yeah. Yeah, so whenever we farm, we actually throw the cocoa pod, and we were not making good use of it. So I was like, oh, is it only Ghana here? I made a research, and according to Cocoa Board of Ghana, I realized that almost 4 million of cocoa metric tons are being discarded each year. Ghana is producing about 8,000, and then we are not making good use of it. Almost 90% go waste. The improper way of disposing this cocoa pod causes a lot of harm to us. Health risks, greenhouse emission, and many more. The solution to this problem is McCann Organics, a recycling company that recycles this cocoa pod into potash and transform this potash to produce a variety of cosmetic products like organic black soap, shower gel, and others. Our value proposition, we do not only produce organic black soap, we've added a mosquito repellent ingredient in some of our products that aims to prevent mosquito bites whilst reducing malaria outbreak in Ghana and globally. With our market size, it's estimated to be more than 2 billion. And all of you here are my target market, my target customers. And again, talking about impact, so far we've trained 21 people, of which 15 are women. I did it, yeah. And then again, we are trying to train more and give job opportunities. We are contributing to SDG 1, 5, 15, 17. And I'm calling on all professors here, businessmen and everyone, not just come and view my products, but come, let's make business and let's improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I bet you if I had money to give, I would have given you.
Thank you.
Because the way you are talking, Charlie, hey. Angela.
Hello.
Please, I don't know how to pronounce the surname. That's
okay,
why I'm...
So I'm Angela Selassie Bitia.
Bitia.
Yes, please. A first-year food science student.
First year?
Yes, please. Oh. So, before I actually go into what I have for you all today, I think SDG 2 is something we all should look at, and that's zero hunger. So, in view of that, I'm very passionate about the use of our own natural resources to produce food products till I met Primo, which gave so meaning to it. Okay, so now, Primo Limited, we have a vision, and the vision is to be the trusted source of data-driven innovation for providing solutions or creating value-added food products from our own natural resources in Ghana. Why do I say so? I have here with me Primo Tea. You would want to ask, what's Primo all about? So Primo Tea is all about precursor and our very own moringa. I doubt many of us know that we can use Primo, we can use precursor and moringa to do all these because these natural resources has been they've been underused. Yes, because we sometimes don't really see its relevant. But trust me, the magic that Primo Tea can do, we would all want to have like that experience or encounter. Just think about something that helps people that are hypertensive, something that helps mothers who are actually at the stage of postpartum and having depression. They really need this tea, trust me. A minute. Okay, yeah, that was just so fast. Okay, so it improves our blood circulation too. It gives mental clarity. It also detoxes our body and regulates blood glucose level. Okay, enough of Primo. We also have date powder here. I doubt most of us will like our children consuming. I don't have one yet, though. I'll have one. I doubt most of us will like the idea of our kids taking in refined sugars, which are actually not good for our body. Low performance in classes can actually be a reason of people not taking in the right sugars. Refined sugars actually have a lot of problems. So we came up with date powders. Date powders, they are 100% natural. And I recommend it for each and every one of us here because we're actually promoting our own very natural resources. That's what Primo Limited is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moringa precursor. We all eat the precursor, but in a different way. It has to be in the soup.
And then I don't know whether we water it down or because you are having influence of some adrenaline somewhere, some momone, some totobi somewhere, and then you don't know whether you are getting the full benefit of the precursor. So precursor plus moringa, very wild combination. But I guess that it will be very good for our health. Let's visit their stand. Can we have Martin Luther King Aduko, E14B, then we'll have E15, Georgina Benewa Yeboah.
Hello. It was during undergraduate time that our acquaintance, Angela, experienced a very rare skin rashes. We contacted Angela. She also contacted colleagues and complained. She got recommendations of certain products which she tried but never worked. The result was that it either didn't work at all or it worked but her skin color rather lightened further or the condition worsened. Now, this shows how clear the cosmetic industry is very, very reliant on guesswork. You realize that most of our ladies and even men over here try products which either doesn't even solve their problem at all or even worsen the situation or giving them a twin result which they never wanted. And that is why during our undergraduate time, my friend Prince came up with this idea to solve the issue of guesswork within the cosmetic industry. That was how Morplex Company Limited came into existence. Over the years, we've been able to build 3 product lines: skincare products, hair care products, and home care products. At the moment, we have employed the use of artificial intelligence dermatology. At that time, there were just 2 dermatologists in the entire country, which made consultations with them very difficult and posed a serious challenge to the cosmetic industry. Today, we have an AI that is able to interact with our customers, give them recommendation as to the product that is best suited for their skins, and people which have different types of skins, such as dry skin, oily skin, and all sort of. Our derm is able to diagnose their skin, prescribe our products to them, and then give them the best result. Thank you. I hope that everyone here, business partners, industry players, we hope to have a further interaction with you. Visit our stand, and let's get into business.
Thank you very much, Martin Luther King. Georgina Benewa, skincare products. So you are treating pimples, and you get your skin becomes fair. Then you get people who say, "Oh, why you feel? So bright." Body brighten, all because you want to get rid of pimples. Someone said, "Linda, okay, please can we hear from Georgina Benewa Yeboah?
Yes,
and then
please.
Evelyn Delademansi would continue.
Okay, so I'm Georgina, and I'm presenting on the development of a non-alcoholic wine that is developed from cashew apple. Okay, so I believe we all agree that for every social event in Ghana, we will definitely find different types of beverages on the table, such that even if we are not served any beverage, we tend to have issues with the organizers of the program. So we identify that there's a large market for beverages in Ghana, but most of them are sugar sweetened, and then that is known to present a lot of health challenges. We also identify that cashew apples are very nutritious in terms of vitamins and mineral compositions, but they are underutilized in Ghana. So we decided to develop a non-alcoholic wine from the cashew apples. And that idea has been feasible. We've developed it, we've tested it, and then it's gotten a positive feedback. From the results, it indicates that it is high in minerals, which would be able to address a lot of the problems, and very low in sugar. So we invite all of you to come on board and then help us get the idea to the market as a means of controlling the post-harvest losses that the cashew apples go to, and then deal with the nutritional issues that is associated with sugar-sweetened beverages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cashew apple. Evelyn Delademansi. E16A. Is Evelyn here? Hey. Okay. Can we have Vivian Nimo Boateng? E16B.
Hello. My name is Vivian Nimo Boateng, and I'm representing JDEV's Company Limited.
Vivian, can you please speak up a bit?
My name is Vivian Nimo Boateng, and I'm representing JDEV's Company Limited. My name is Vivian Nimo Boateng, and I'm representing JDEV's Company Limited. We are mushroom farmers, and seeing mushroom as a highly perishable stuff, we decided to add value to it. What do? We sat down and came up with the idea of mushroom tea. Most people here use mushroom only for soup, sauce, or stir fry. But then mushroom as a tea is wonderful. When you taste it, you will love it. So we came up with mushroom ginger tea. We have mushroom lemongrass tea, mushroom hibiscus tea. And then our baby is the mushroom sobolo drink. Kindly visit our stand, taste it, and I promise you, you will love it. Thank you. Yes, mushroom sobolo drink. Thank you.
Everywhere makes sweet. Mushroom sobolo. Did you ever think of that combination? No. Anka mushroom de senke gunkwaimo ana. Wow, we'll visit the stand and see the combination and the power that it can give. Benita Kumsin. Joshua Alabi, get ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Team Benny, the world of a minerals engineer. So in my hand, you can see a beautiful cup. It's called a cupel. Everybody here seems to be wearing one jewelry or the other. And it is because gold, for instance, is very important to us. Ghana is a leading producer of gold in the world. But then for you to know the quantity of gold in an ore, or you lay persons may say rocks, we need this instrument, okay? And we realize that this instrument is usually imported. We have a lot of assay laboratories in Ghana. So what did we decide to do? We decided to produce one. We are producing this cupel from eggshells and zeolite. And so I'm inviting all of you to our stand. You meet Mike, you meet Gabriel, Jude, and the rest. They're going to introduce how this was done and everything. It's a beautiful one. We are changing our world with this beautiful cupel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benita. Cupel. Can we put our jewelry in it?
Please, this is actually used to determine the grade of, okay, so if you have a jewelry and you need to know the carat of gold, for instance, this can help you to do that.
So when I put it in, the carat will show?
Okay, no, not like that. You go through a process called cupellation, and after that we can determine in solution and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll visit your stand.
Yes, yes.
Do you have gold? You have gold? Benita, you have all day.
We have all in my lab. It's a whole process, my dear. Yes, so you have
come to the lab.
And
Go.
I'm happy to partner with you. I need money to put this out. And you need to come to the stand.
Beautiful, beautiful. Benita, thank you very much. So we have to go to Benita's stand and then go and have a look at the cupel. Cupel. So Joshua Alabi, if you are ready. Yes, Joshua.
All right. So my name is Joshua Alabi, as said earlier, and I'm from the Materials Engineering Department. So Our research team, what we actually tackling is we actually looking at solving issues with agricultural waste. And there are so many of these wastes out there. So one of the main ones that we are actually looking at is plantain waste. Ghana, as a country, we are one of the leading producers of plantain in West Africa. So, and with statistics also show that with a hectare of plantain farm, we actually produce over 220 tons of waste from the farm. So without waste, what are we actually doing with it? So we actually take the plantain waste, specifically speaking, the pseudostem of it, then we transform it and actually change it into sanitary pads. So these are actually, there's a sanitary pad actually made from plantain waste, that is the absorbent core. So what we're actually trying to do is to tackle, so with this, we're actually also tackling the issues with plastics that are actually present in these sanitary pads. And there are issues that are actually arising from these sanitary pads as well. Ghana, as most of us, we actually do listen to news. We know that there are issues with it. People actually complaining about the cost. And most of all, there are issues associated with these tax, increase in tax. So we've made these 9 sanitary pads that can be easily gained by people. You can actually afford them. They're actually affordable. Even a young person, that's a female, it's a kid who's actually fending for herself, can actually get one for herself so that that person can be free. So we actually encouraging each and every one of you to visit our stand so that we have an interaction, so that you get to know how these things were actually made. It's such a wonderful product. Even if you're a guy, you are also invited. You can get one for yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Sanitary pad. That discussion, if you allow us to open it here, Yanko. Because I don't see why government should tax sanitary pad. Tax. So every month, is it your fault that you are born a woman? Every month you have to pay, whether you have money. Imagine you have 4 daughters, and one pad costs 20 Ghana cedis plus. So 20 cedis times 5 means you need to find 100 cedis for your girl. This one is not reusable. Charlie, we are attraction. Charlie will come and visit your stand. It's from plantain, eh? Will come. But you said affordable. You didn't tell us how much it costs. It's affordable. Okay. Can we have E19, John Wobel, and then Rhoda Osei Kwantabisa will follow. We are left with just 2 of them after these 2.
Okay, so I'm representing John. Yes. My name is Erica Joapia, co-founder of Wobo Technologies. And Wobo Technologies is an agricultural technology company that is making sure that agricultural activities are as easy for our smallholder farmers as possible. So how we started, my team and I are all beneficiaries of the MasterCard Foundation Scholarship. And as part of being a beneficiary, we are supposed to do a community project. So we sat down, the team and I, were doing brainstorming. That's when we met Mami, a 66-year-old smallholder rice farmer, complaining bitterly about how she treasures her rice manually. And as a result, her rice spends so much time on the field. And when the final rice is milled, it has high breakages, very discolorful, and she earns little revenue for her hard work. So we decided to, do something about it. And with the little knowledge and the resources we had, we designed a wooden rice thresher. We took it to the field for a field demonstration. We started, and then we realized farmers in the next farm were coming. Would you like to come and, thresh my rice and all that? So we decided to take it up as a business, and as of now, we have manufactured a multi-stage rice thresher, which we are using it to offer threshing services to smallholder rice farmers. What we've been able to do so far, we've been able to service over 232 smallholder rice farmers. We have 2 rice threshers in the field working now. And what makes our machine or innovation different from any other one on the market is the fact that our rice thresher can thresh all varieties of rice, whether wet or dry. It has very low grain breakages, so
after milling your rice, we have your rice grain breakage is being as low as 0.3% and all that. Yes, so we've been making impact in the community we are in, and we would like to make such impact in other communities, which means we will need funding and all the support we can. We are therefore inviting you to come to our stand so then we can have business. Thank you.
John Wobil and the team helping rice farmers with the trashing. Can we have Rhoda Osei Kwantabisa?
Okay, thank you very much. I am Rhoda Osei Kwantabisa, and I'm exhibiting on amphibious architecture, an approach to resilient island communities or resilient rural communities. Climate change has become a global issue, and sea levels have been predicted to rise by 2 to 7 feet in the next 3 decades, and will displace about 300 million people. And so, rural communities that experience floods and erosions, and island communities that experience floods and erosions, amphibious architecture has become an approach that could help these communities. The amphibious architecture I designed includes the use of plastic bottles for buoyancy. It also applies local materials within the local settings like mangrove, which become stronger, mangrove plants which become stronger in water, and the use of thatch roof, the use of coconut leaves for walls, and bamboo. So I hope that you come by my stand to look at how we could actually help these communities build resilience such that during floods, their properties and lives are still maintained, and then they're able to continue living. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rhoda, with that nice presentation. Kweku Menu Igan. And then after Kweku, we would have our last presenter, Abdullah Mohammed. So if Kweku is ready.
So most of the times you find people on arrival at Kotoka complaining about how heavy and dense the air is. And this is all due to air pollution because we have a very large concentration of pollutants in our air in Ghana. But mainly, I don't know if anyone checked the quality of air in their various houses or even in Kumasi before coming here. Yes, because we don't have the data in Ghana and even in our various houses. And when you look at the statistics from World Health Organization, you could see air pollution killing about 7 million people annually, which is more than wars, terrorism, HIV and AIDS, and even road accidents. So in order for us to cater and see the exact safety levels we can be in, there's a need to see the levels of pollutants. So because we don't have this data, we don't have knowledge about how these pollutants affect us in our daily lives. Okay. You can see particulate matter bringing lung cancers, even cardiovascular diseases such as strokes and heart diseases. You can have common cold, catarrh being caused by particulate matter, and even in birth, you can have pre-birth and low birth rates in pregnant women. So since we don't have this knowledge about the air quality and certain pollutants, we can't find a way to fight it. It's like fighting a ghost. You can't see the ghost. So we brought about a device that actually gets to measure the quantity and concentration of these pollutants. So we could use this device to analyze the pollutants, and using a machine learning algorithm, which is remaining known as AI, we could further tend to predict and see the level even beforehand so that management can find a way to cater for it. So right now, the device is just one. It's just a prototype. So you can have a wide range of knowledge. Maybe when you take KNUST-TEK campus, you can have a wide range of knowledge about the air quality here. So maybe in future, you have various devices and sensor networks around, which we can make KNUST the largest real-time data of air quality in Ghana, so that management can further see how to control this and even cater for our various health conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kweku Menu. Are you Kweku Menu or Kwesi Menu? Kwesi Menu, not Kweku Menu. Okay. Kwesi Menu. Thank you very much. So I think we had skipped one name before we take Abdullah. So we'll have Benjamin Ba Konedu.
Still reserving the best for them. Thank you very much. I'm Benjamin Ba Konedu, the team lead for Team UDO. Globally, about $411 billion is attributed to the cost of vision impairment due to productivity losses alone, and about 2.2 billion people suffer from vision impairment. This vision impairment ranges from mild, moderate to severe vision impairment, and it comes from lack of being unable to read both at near and at distance, having issues with navigation, having issues with security, and many more. And this in turn reduces quality of life. With my team and I, we are presenting the UDO mobile application, which would help vision impaired individuals in the sense that it's going to provide them with security, awareness of environment, and safety. Currently, we have our first beta prototype version out, and it's being tested by vision impaired students on campus right now. And the feedbacks we are getting are very, very positive feedbacks, which we are going to work on and also better to improve it. In the future, we aim to improve the app and also infuse AI to help with object recognition and also multi-language support systems. And also even collaborate with some of these telecommunication industries so that people in very rural communities and would like to use our platform, they can use even without the internet. And currently, we are looking for available funding to help to build the future upgrade that we aim to bring within our mobile app. And the team that I'm working with, very, very diverse. I am in optometry, and we have a team in mechanical. I have a teammate in mechanical engineering physics as well. So we are working to build and bring the best feature of the app. And we are really bridging academia and industry too. Thank you very, very much.
Brilliant. So this is more multi-dimensional kind of collaboration to help with vision. Thank you very much, Benjamin. So we'll take our last presenter, Abdullah Mohammed.
Thank you very much. I'm Abdullah Mohammed, and I'm from ABZ Automations. So my story begins like this. In 2018, while I was having a discussion with my auntie, she lamented a problem that she faced. She mentioned that one day she left her house, which is here in Kenyase, in Kumasi, and she works at KJTIA. She has a shop there. She left the house early in the morning to skip the traffic. She got to the shop very early. She opened. As she was preparing to settle in, she received a call from the neighbor. And what is the problem? Her water tank was overflowing. So she had to drive back and then come and turn off the pump, which is a simple act that could be automated. So to tackle this problem, and by the way, this challenge is more sinister than it looks, because imagine taking your bath, and when you had, washed your face and covered your face with foam, and then you turn on the shower to wash down, and then the water is not coming. It's an inconvenient situation. Or maybe, excuse me to say, you've gone to the toilet, and after you are done, you want to, flush it, and the water is not coming. So this is an inconvenient situation. So ABZ Automations came up with a product to eliminate this inconvenience by eliminating the manual processes and automating everything. So we came up with a product known as the AutoX. I know some of you might be wondering, how does this make us different from what others are doing? I would mention 3 points. To begin with, the AutoX is very, very different from others because of its flexibility when it comes to adapting to a user's setup. So there are instances that we go for an installation, and then the user will tell us that, okay, he doesn't have an ordinary water pump in a tank, but then it's an industrial RO system, which is a reverse osmosis system, which is used in purifying water. So he wants us to automate the whole system. Our product is able to do that by little changes that we are able to automate and then apply it on such system. Again, we have pump protection feature as part of our product. if you go to most areas, they have very little water in their well. So after you pump the water for, say, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you run out of water in the well, and the pump is still running. So if you have this issue and then the pump is automated, but there is no feedback loop to detect whether there is water in the well, your pump will continuously run until it burns out. So to solve this, we came up with two solutions. The first is to include a timer function in the device, where you are able to program the device and say, okay, whenever I run out of water in the tank and you turn the pump on, make sure the pump stays on only for 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes it should go off. And when it goes off, you set another time and tell it that, okay, after the 30 minutes, let the pump rest and be off for this number of minutes. And the second solution we came up with, which is the best solution, is the dry run protection feature, where our system is always able to detect the level of water in the well, and as soon as you run out of water in the well and the pump is on, it turns off the pump to protect your pump. And also, our system we are able to apply our system to multi-tank system. So if you have a single pump, however, you have multiple tanks, we are able to connect our system of sensors such that our system would work okay with your configuration as well. And then also it supports single and three-phase power systems. So either you have a single pump or a single phase pump or a three-phase pump, we are able to apply our system and then everything will work efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. So for those of us with pumps and polytanks at home, we need them. So let's visit their stand and see how best we can fix this. So so when I'm at work and my pump I forget to put off my pump.
Pardon?
I can switch the pump off from the office.
It's fully automated, so you don't need to even worry about it.
I don't need to be there.
Yes.
It has to go off.
It will do everything on its own.
Everything by itself?
Yes.
I think I need some. Okay, I'll come there. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with the pitching. I believe you have been excited enough to visit their stand and ask them questions. I have questions. I will ask them when I get to the stand. So when we are done or we move out of here, we need to take a group photo. We did not take the group photo in the morning when we went to a snap break. So we'll take our group photo when we go out. I can see Professor K.O. here. Prof, can you please give us a wave? My very good friend. I think he walked in when we were about doing the pitching. If anyone is here that I've not acknowledged,
it's recording, so they can just...
my professor from... All right, so ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. We'll take lunch when we step out. So please finish your lunch early and visit the stand. Or better still, you could visit the stand so you don't wait in the queue for so long. Whilst you are waiting, instead of waiting in the queue, visit the stand. Let those who go out first go and take their food. The food will not finish. We have enough food for everyone. So when we are done with lunch, we'll come back in for the presentation of awards. The chairman will give us his closing remarks, and then we would have something special for everyone. So please don't leave yet after eating. Let's all come back and finish up this beautiful day's event. So we'll take the group photo outside, and then it's lunchtime. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello, everybody. I have a question.
play the fool for you. Nor did I plan to lose to you. Like the tree planted by living waters, I won't be moved. There's nothing that I cannot do. My life will surely prove. This your girl, she not have no fear, no. You see me, yeah, I gone clear now. I know you make a way, so we'll smile through the pain. Waiting, they worry you now. God is in control. Waiting, they worry you now. God is in control. Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? Oh, no. Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry?
My life is all in your hands. Sometimes I cry all through the night. Then I hear the Lord say, so free, so free. So every time the devil wanna come test me, my God is bigger than all my worries, bigger than all my fears. I know every testing is a blessing. My best and leave the rest in. In the lessons and leaving the stressing. It feels so good cause you're here with me. Let's get it live. I know you make a way. I smile through the pain.
Waiting, they worry you now.
God is in control.
Waiting, they worry you now.
God is in control. Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? Oh, no.
Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? Waiting, they worry you now. God is in control. Waiting, they worry you now.
Control them.
Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? Waiting, they worry.
Why should you worry?
Waiting, they worry you now. Waiting, they worry you now. Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? Waiting, they worry. Why should you worry? What the man's gonna bring? No need. What the man's gonna bring? Yeah. What the man's gonna bring? What the man's gonna bring?
I will give you all my praise. I will give you all my praise any day, anytime. All my praise. I will give you all my praise any day, anytime. All my praise. I will give you all my praise.
Let's get it like.
Thank you, Jesus. Some people trust in gold and silver. Some people trust in mortal men. Yeah. I'll put my hope in the Creator. 'Cause in His hands I'm just a pen. Yeah. I know that He will write my story. This is my story. He will make everything work for me. This is my song. Though time may pass, I'll keep believing. His record shows He's never failed. Sweet Jesus, you're mine. Oh, you're mine. You're my everything. Sweet Jesus, you're mine. Oh, Jesus, you're mine. You're my everything. It's only you I'll follow. Don't want to go solo. Nobody can take me away from you, God. No matter what I do, see, I know by your grace that one day I will reign with you. And that's why I'm singing Imela. that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. Oh, God. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sweet Jesus, you're mine. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. Said you're mine. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. You're my everything, Lord. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. Nobody else, God. You're mine, you're mine. Say you're my beginning, just to have you, Jesus. Say you're mine, oh God. You're mine, you're my everything to me, oh. Yeah, Jesus. You're mine, oh Lord God. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. You're my everything, oh. Jesus, you're mine. Because you love me, I can say. Through the good and the bad, I'm gonna say. Turn around and hear you say. Jesus, you're mine. Yeah. Let's go.
I will give you all my praise
Any day, anytime.
all my praise. I will give you all my praise any day,
You're mine.
I will give you all my praise. I will give you all my praise any day, anytime. All my praise. I will give you all my praise any day, anytime. All my praise. I will give you all my praise.
Let's get it like.
Thank you, Jesus. Some people trust in gold and silver. Some people trust in mortal men. Yeah, yeah. I'll put my hope in the Creator. 'Cause in His hands, I'm just a pen. Yeah, yeah. I know that He will write my story. This is my story. He will make everything work for me. This is my song. Though time may pass, I'll keep believing. His record shows He's never failed. Sweet Jesus, you're mine. Oh, you're mine. You're mine. You're my everything. You're mine. Sweet Jesus, you're mine. Oh, Jesus, you're mine. You're my everything. It's only you I'll follow. Don't want to go solo. Nobody can take me away from you, God. No matter what I do, see, I know by your grace that one day I will reign with you. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. Oh God. And that's why I'm singing Imela, Imela. Oh, sweet Jesus, you're mine. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. Said you're mine. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. You're my everything, Lord. You're mine, you're mine. Nobody else, God. You're mine. It's a vibe every time now. Yeah, let's get it like. Yeah, my light and salvation, it's you, Lord. Yeah, I've got a firm foundation in you, Lord. You hold me daily, daily, the hope for my soul. I'm ever so safe here with you. Yeah, I got grace everywhere I be. The blessings falling on me. There's nothing too hard for the God that I serve. Tell me, why should I be afraid? No matter what comes my way, I'll overcome with a smile on my face. I got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I sing, oh. It feels like a dream, 'cause with you on my team, I'm winning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nothing's gonna hold me back. Nothing's gonna stop my praise. Nothing's gonna keep me silent. I say it from the rooftops. I got grace everywhere I be. Blessings falling on me. There's nothing too hard for the God that I serve. Tell me, why should I be afraid? No matter what comes my way, I'll overcome with a smile on my face. I got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Joy like a river flowing down, 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 down. Yeah, I got joy like a river flowing down, 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 down. Oh, I got joy like a river flowing down to my soul, oh yeah. Oh, 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 no, no, no. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones, oh yeah. Flowing down, 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 flowing down, 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 like a river flowing, flowing down, 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 flowing down, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
The creator.
Thinking about love, where everything's right, no wrongs. Thinking about how you care for me, you laid down your life, a perfect sacrifice for me, yeah, yeah. What would I do without your love? There is no me without your love. The way you love me so tenderly, yeah. You love me with yeah, yeah, you love me so, so, so I love you. I place no one above you, but nothing above you. There is no one like you, yeah. For all that you are, I give you all the praise. To you my hands I raise, I worship you always. Cause you carry me like a baby. Showers of blessings. Every beautiful morning, see your goodness and mercy. You keep on loving me, all I see is your mercy. There is no one like you. I love you, you love me so, 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 so. My Lord, you love me so, so. I love you so. I'm never letting you go. Nothing can separate me now. Nothing can separate me from you. Nothing can separate me from you. I could go on now. I could go on now. I could go on till the trumpet sounds, but I could go on now. But you'll never be enough. You love me so, so. Carry me. Oh yeah, you love me so, so. Love me. Oh yeah, you love me. Oh, your love, no, they don't. Your love is for me. Nothing else I need. Your love, you please me. Everything is turning around for me. This is my testimony. My testimony. Oh, yeah. Jesus, you have turned my life around. I'm a living testimony. I'm so blinded by your grace. You are the truth that lights my way. Everyone's asking how I'm smiling, waiting to make me smile. Lord, you've given me my freedom, so I will sing and testify. So in the name of Jesus, I am free. Oh yeah, yeah. I am free. I've got my freedom. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. So in the name of Jesus, I am free. In the name of Jesus, I am free. I've got my freedom. Jehovah, you have broken every chain, oh, and you gave me a new name. With the way you changed my story, I just really can't explain. So when they ask me how I made it, I'll just point and say it's you. Cause I'm standing here today, cause I've been delivered by the truth. Also in the name of Jesus, oh yeah, yeah. I am free. I've got my freedom. Praise the Lord. It is a wonderful something. I'm just saying thank you. I'm free. I've got my freedom. Praise the Lord. Oh, we are free, so we say. Claim your freedom, testify, 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 overcome, claim your freedom, testify, testify, oh yeah, sing a new song, claim your freedom, testify, testify, claim your freedom, testify, oh in the name of Jesus, oh Lord God, I've got my freedom, praise the Lord, yeah. And I will sing of your goodness, and I will sing of your mercy. I've got my freedom. Somebody look now. Come and see what the Lord has done. I've got my freedom. And I will dance and sing, and I will testify that. Yes, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na. People help me sing like yeah. Na, 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 na. This is my testimony. Oh, it's my testimony. Yeah, I've got my freedom. Praise the Lord. Come on, boy, I want me it. Clap your hands.
Hello.
Nah.
So God has blessed us with the rain to cool the weather for us. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Lunch was good. So what was on the menu? Some FF. Do you know FF? FF is the short form for fufu. Was there any fufu? It was only rice. Also, you went to China and what? And kenke and hot pepper for the weather. Very good. I hope you enjoyed it. So very soon we are... Okay, so we have on our program presentation of awards. And I guess these awards are in various categories. So we have here some special awards. And then there is awards for the exhibitors, and then also awards for the poster category. I would like to call Professor R.C. Abeidu, Professor Robert Clement Professor Robert Clement Abeidu to help us in giving out the awards. Please clap for him. So I have here first, second. Yes. So we follow in this order.
You have to introduce how did it come about this. Okay, let me tell the MC job a little bit. Just a background to all this. You know, the exhibitors or the exhibitions and the posters have been assessed, all right? And you found some people talking to you, probably they didn't tell you they were assessors, is that right? They were assessing the poster so that we can have the singular honor of honoring those who deserve to be honored. We believe that we have to promote success, is that right? So we reward success. We don't reward failure, all right? Now, it's also set people in the mode of always trying to improve on their best in anticipation for winning an award, okay? So those you, the young people here, it's important that we also let you know that when you get things done right, you get rewarded. And you don't take things for granted. In my own words, I would say that whatever little you've been asked to do, make sure you do not your very best, but extremely very best. Because these are the differences that take us away from the normal distribution curve. When I set questions in the exams room, I will add 20 extra questions, all right? The MCQ, 20 extra to differentiate between the 70 and the 80, 20. Because you have to reward success. You have to differentiate between those who have done very well and those who are excellent in all the spheres we do. This is what exactly we've tried to bring here. And I can assure you that to the best of the judges' knowledge, capacity, appreciation, all right, they've come out with a list that I'm very sure that if you have time to go around, you will be witnesses to the great job that they have done. Right. The other thing I want to tell all of you is that you are all winners. You are all what? Winners. All right? So we're going to join hands to congratulate those who have been selected or identified. We just needed 3. Probably if we needed 4, you'd be one of them. 5, you'd be one of them. 6, you'd be one of them. Is that right? But we had cash for what? 3 per group. The other thing is that the cash is not cash you put into your pockets. The cash, I'm going to demand from you what you have used the cash for in improving on what you have done. So you're going to collect, they call it what? Tigers what? Money, is that right? Tigers money. And OBSU was giving money for staff PhD to complete their what? Their PhD programs. And somebody said, as for us about this money, when you collect this money, you are in trouble. He run after you. I've not moved away from that. I'll run after you. So you are going to send back a paragraph or 2 what you have used the money for, what you intend to use the money to do with regards to improving on your product. And we will capture this as our reporting to the donor, how the money was used. They'll be excited to learn that, oh, some went into the students' development of their products. So don't joke with it. Madam, on that note, could you please begin your announcement? So go ahead.
Okay. So we have for text message from
do minus, we are not ready, so.
So we are starting. So we begin with the poster presentations. So we have the most innovative or marketable product from the poster session or poster category. We have the first to the third. So we begin with the third. The third in the poster category is for poster A01. Poster A01. So poster A01 came in third following the assessment. Prof. So poster A01, I think it would have been nice to have projected the poster for us to know. What was your poster about? Oh, the sanitary pad, guys. Okay, so I have it here. So the title of the poster was Investigating the absorbent properties of plantain fiber to be used as an absorbent core in sanitary pads. And the authors are Gabriela Selom Becky and co. So thank you very much for putting in the effort and coming up third. Second in that category is poster A02. Poster A02 came in second. Repellent and larvicidal properties of selected indigenous plants in the control of Anopheles mosquitoes. Wow, congratulations. Oh, they are from biology. So for my department and their TAs. So Opoku Bamfo Obediah et al. The names are quite a lot, so I can only say et al. And then the third, or the first.
So the first is poster A07. Poster A07, amphibious architecture. Oh, towards resilient island communities. Rhoda Osei Nkwantabisa and Martin Labi. Congratulations. Congratulations for winning the overall in the poster category. Now we can move on to the most innovative or marketable product prototype exhibit category. So the third okay, let me open so I can. Okay, so the third place was taken by Exhibit EO7, NutriWave Creations, Project NutriWave Creations. Congratulations, Project NutriWave Creations. The second place was taken by Exhibit E22. Exhibit E22. And E22 is ADZ Solutions. So the guy who doesn't want me to drive back home to stop my polytank from overflowing. ADZ Solutions, congratulations for coming second. And then the overall best prototype innovation goes to E19, Exhibit E19, Wobil Technologies. Wobil Technologies Limited, multi-stage rice thresher. They came in as the overall best innovative and marketable prototype exhibit for the BSU3 conference. Congratulations to all our awardees. And like Prof said, all of us are winners. But there can only be 3 people in each category that are giving awards. So congratulations. Can we give it up for all of them again? And to yourself for presenting a poster or presenting a prototype. At least you did well by bringing yourself to be assessed. So you are a winner over those who did not bring anything to get assessed. So congratulations to all of us. Prof.
All right. We did not sort of name the sizes of the awards, all right? Are you interested to know? Those winners, do you want them to know? This is public information, so they have to know. For the posted, we start out with 1,000 for the first, 600 for the second, and 400 for the third. That's correct. And the prototypes, we had 2,000 for the first, 1,005 for the second, and 1,000 for the third. BSU is not a company, is that right? So, this is quite difficult to come by. But as I said earlier on, we are close to 80,000 students, 80,000 individuals on campus, excluding those who come from the outside to join us. So that's why we say we are all, those here, you are all winners. Winners again in the sense that you have learned something, is that right? Which you obviously put into your development, your innovations. Are we summing up already, or are we closing already? Please come and do it for you. Okay, I'm asked to close the session. But remember the chairman saying that he cannot summarize the things that have been done here. And I think I will endorse that because it's been an extensive knowledge sharing activities. All right. And I can only say that it's been exciting. I can only say that at least many of us who didn't know about BSU now have come to know what BSU. Not just BSU, but you've come to learn what are the things you need to do to strengthen your university that you attended. So you can always become proud of. All right. And I also believe that it's for Dodro who attest to this, it's a process that has been taken through, or many students through, to ensure that at least when they leave here, they can employ themselves. I was telling two young persons this morning that you better think fast, you better develop something. Because very soon, when you finish your degree and you go home, the first week, you know how mama will call you. The second week, you know how she will call you. As for that, it starts for first day, that right? Diminishing, okay? The salutations will diminish. And very soon, when you stay home for so long, you have no job, you know how they will call you, isn't it? That is real. So it's important that we have these things in mind and try to develop certain things that we can live on. So I want each one of you to take a cue from what we've done here and try to do what? Create something that will keep you busy, earn you some money so that you become independent. So that ultimately they will not call you hey at home instead of Joseph, instead of Margaret. Now they will start calling you hey because you are outliving your usefulness, okay? Because the government jobs are not coming and you have to sort of think about how you avoid the nasty insinuations that go along. When I was going around the poster, many people I will ask, so what? You have a poster, so what? What are you going to use? What are you going to turn this into? What are you going to transform this into so that it become your product, which you can eventually live on? Okay. We heard the business entities that came saying that we are difficult in dealing with them. We are not ready to get into a contract, right? Inferring that no matter how obnoxious the contract is, we must go with them. No. You have to learn how to negotiate and get into this, taking into consideration the risks that they've spoken about, but not to give away. All right. I'm a proponent of not delivering results at the early stages because they have IP implications. The moment that we broadcast your result, you publish them, they no longer cease to be what? Your private, and because it's already in the public domain. So we learn these things as we go along. If you have any doubt, go to OGR, they have an IP office, they will tell you exactly how to handle these things so that you don't become a victim of these contracts. Unfortunately, as we probably in Ghana, let me take a risk and say in Africa, we don't respect contracts. Is that right? We don't respect contracts because we don't just learn about how contracts are written and how contracts are supposed to be observed. So you need to put all that into your processes, your development processes, so that you remain the winner you have sought out to be. We will thank first our VCs, Professor Bajime. We've come a very long way, extremely long way. Prof, I thank you very much for, you see, the old men are always very different. He stayed here from the morning up to now. Is that right? Many of the young guys come, they are all gone. Okay. Prof, thank you very much. The chairman, again, a colleague, I'll call him on phone and say thank you to him. But I'll tell him that you have all joined me in extending thank you message to him. The speakers who are not here, I'll do the same. Is that right? Because that shows that we become a stronger university, no longer a weaker university as was perceived. KNUST has come a long way, and we want you to bear that touch and make sure that at least you can point to your alma mater. I call that alma mater that I went to KNUST. Right? And for those workers here, I always say that don't ever say you work at KNUST. You say you work for KNUST. The two are what? Different. There's a greater commitment for working for KNUST than working what? At KNUST. Do you understand that? So whatever you do, make sure you are showing commitment. You are being part of the growth. You are being part of the achievement. That's what makes you proud and nothing else. And that's what BSU has chosen to do. Unfortunately, the BSU itself will end this year, but we know that we have sown the seeds that will sprout nicely and also become infectious. So those who have not had direct experience will at least have a secondary experience that will be equally beneficial. So let me thank all of you for making it possible. You were not here 2010, but don't worry. Your spirits worked really well. Is that right? And please be good ambassadors for the BSU. Dr. Abner, all those who don't have the T-shirts, you have to give them the T-shirts so that they will become, and I want them to wear them around so they become good ambassadors of what BSU is. So thank you. But Drew, probably I don't have to say it publicly, but let me say before we leave here, this has taken a lot of time. We have postponed this for almost a year and over. Each time, because of the complexity, each time we start, we don't complete it. Is that right? Because this year you said it should happen. I almost gave up. You said it should happen, and it has happened. So singularly and jointly, let's give him a round of applause, please, Professor Grove. My organizers, the ladies, you see, when I was giving those things, I was so excited. 6 of them, we had 5 or 4 ladies. That is what we are looking for, right? I'm not saying we will not support the men. We will support the men, but you all know that in this area, we can use this achievement, right, to get more money for you to continue BSU. So let's support the ladies. That is the order. That is the order. And many times they do it better. Because I'm a man, I can say that for sure. Is that right? They do it better. So I'm happy for the selection. There's a good representation. Even more, this is imbalance. You people say this is imbalance, gender imbalance. But that is fine. It goes for our cause. Is that right? We're going to make it clear in our reporting that we supported more women than men. In that way, we are selling BSU so that BSU bring in more money to KNUST for this thing to be done. So we are all going to win, okay? So thank you for that as well. We want you to look out for our closing, the BSU closing in October, is that right? And participate fully. There are many interesting things we'll show that BSU has actually come a long way to support KNUST to be number 1 in many of the things that we are doing. On that note, Madam, thank you for doing this very well. Hannah is not here, is that right? Let our spirit go to her and say that thank you. Those are the reception. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for making this long day a short day. Do you have anybody for Christian remarks? Yeah, Christian prayer.
So Prof has done 2 things with 1 stone. He's done the closing remarks and done the vote of thanks. So everything has been done. Because I was going to say thank you to the organizing committee, but Prof has thanked all of them. I think the name ID here is Prof Kwame Kwate. So Prof, wherever you are, BSU says thank you. And all of us say thank you for being part. But everyone else has been acknowledged. So Abena, and then Dr. Akumia. So Dr. Samuel Akumia, wherever he is.
He's watching
He's watching virtually. Thank you very much for all the support. So would like to call on Professor William Odro to do us the honors and pray for us to close. Oh, Prof. Odro, Prof. William Odro, closing prayer. My prof is a reverend.
Okay, we're going to pray. I want to leave with you two verses that I collect from the good book. And that is Philippians 4:13. And it says you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. So what it means is that everyone here, no matter what's the problem, you can do it. You can tackle it. Everyone here, no matter what the problem, you have been created to solve problems. And my second verse, Philippians 4:19, that God has supplied all that you need according to his glory. There is nobody who is richer than God. And if he has supplied all that you need, don't go anywhere and say, I don't have, I cannot do it. You can do it, and you have it. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you and bless you for this moment. Thank you for these wonderful people that you created and you've assembled here. We want to thank you for everything that you've given to them, the knowledge, the skills, and the ability. We also thank you for the assurance this afternoon that they can do all things through Christ, and you will strengthen them to do it. We want to bless you. As we go out, Lord, may we go out with the confidence and the assurance that we can do it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Prof. It was good you prayed. He's giving us the benediction. Yes, we can. And thank you all for participating today. I've been your moderator, Dr. Mrs. Linda Aurelia Ofori. We'll meet again in October. Enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the weeks ahead. Bye.